all the time, every other time, including today morning. They were with him. Why are they coming now to take positions, to ask questions that they normally ask the minister? In fact, they should be helping the minister to respond to us on some of these issues. Because a lot of what members are raising here, including what Honorable Baya said about funding, it is done by the Committee of Education. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. They should spare us.
Order, members.
Chair, can I...
Order. Point made. Everybody will have an opportunity. Order. Order, members. Nabi, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I think I represent the people of Lugari.
Don't defend yourself. Just proceed and ask your question.
Waziri, you created 3 pathways from grade 10. Unfortunately, one pathway, which is creative arts and sports, is a preserve of the C1s. What are you going to do to ensure that schools in rural areas, including those of my constituency, whose students are interested in sports and creative art pathway, will access that education in schools that are not C1? So, Section B of that question is...
Only one question.
The C1 school, like Pangani, which has admitted over 4,000 grade 10 students without requisite teachers for STEM, and facilities like the laboratory. How are you going to ensure that learning goes on? Or are we just going to transit 100% without requisite curriculum delivery?
Number 7.
That's Honorable Bishi.
Thank you. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza nimshukuru waziri kwa maelezo yake kuhusiana na mambo ya elimu. Na mimi niseme tatizo moja nyeti kabisa ambalo tuko nalo ni tatizo la kulipia walimu ambao wako under BOM. Nauliza ministry iko na mikakati ya kusaidia kulipa hawa walimu wa BOM. Naangalia shule moja ya kwangu ambayo inaitwa Mrima Secondary School. Iko na walimu 22. Out of 22, 17 wote ni BOM. Only 5 in TSC. Niko na shule inaitwa Mwaima Secondary School. Out of 20 teachers, only 3 are under TSC. Wengine wote ni BOM. And so many schools in Coast Region. And at least in my constituency, karibu zote, you don't even get half under TSC. Wote wako hivyo. Na pia unapata shule nzima, hakuna STEM teachers. Na ukiangalia katika statistics zako utaona wanafunzi wengi, wa kutoka pwani wengi, hawajajifunza ama hawajafaulu katika STEM subjects. And this is because the teachers are not there. Hakuna walimu wa STEM. Unapata ni walimu tu wengine wa masomo wengine wanajilazimisha kufundisha haya masomo ya STEM. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni shida kubwa sana ambayo lazima tuiangalie. Shida nyingine ni mambo ya uniform. Tunabadilisha uniform kulingana na zile grade. Wazazi wanakosa kupeleka watoto because of uniform and the books. The same grade mtoto mmoja amesoma, ikija tena hii the same grade mnabadilisha vitabu. Vitabu vinakuwa vingine. Mtoto haezi kusema mzazi huyu amemaliza, huyu atasomea vitabu vya mwenzake. Ikienda hiyo grade tena mmebadilisha vitabu. You keep on changing the books. The parents are tired. We are also tired buying the books for the parents, for the student. Tumechoka. If we really want to ensure our student go to school, hizi changamoto lazima tuondoe, waziri.
Point
Asante sana.
Number 8.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is, when Waziri was talking about school fees, he said that even with the classification, the fees has not changed. That can only mean one thing, Waziri, that the ministry knows the fees that are supposed to be paid for the different classes. So, Waziri, I would like you to give us this list today. You tell us for C1, this is the fees. For C2, this is the fees. Because if you go home, every school is charging a different kind of fees. Unakuta hii ni 20,000, hii ni 30, hii ni 40. Some schools are even 80,000. So we don't know, when you say the fees has not changed, according to you, what is the fees? Ili nijue leo nikienda nitaambia mwalimu, wewe shule yako inafaa kulipisha 20,000. Wewe yako inafaa kulipisha 5,000. Because, Speaker, if you go to these schools, it's like capitation never reaches there. It's like these schools learn on what the parents pay and what CDF and the bursaries pay. Without CDF and bursaries, the teacher starts calling you, we have no food, we have nothing. So we wonder, where does this capitation go that we normally talk about, that we are paid 12,000 per student? If you pay 12,000 for a student in a day secondary school, that student should not even pay any other fees. Day secondary should be free. If 20,000 went for every student in a day secondary school, then the same secondary where 12,000 was paid, the parent is supposed to pay other fees, bursary will pay other fees. Finally, that day secondary is 30,000 per year.
Thank you.
There is a Honorable Kitur, Gasero and then Kitur.
Number
Thank you.
9.
Thank you very much. My name is Bernard Kitur, MP for Nandi Hills. My question goes to the equity and furtherance of the cost of schooling in terms of the issue of uniform. I want to ask you, Waziri, have you ever considered that we have one standard uniform for all schools so that we don't have the challenges of those children, like those ones that we are asking them to go back to school when they don't have fees, but one of the most expensive thing is the uniform. What are you doing about this in regard to all the public schools having one standard uniform? Secondly, you mentioned Kuwait Fund.
Members, I told you to ask one question each. Now you say secondly.
No, it's just a clarification. I just wanted to get Speaker. Let me just ask that. He mentioned about Kuwait Fund that is assisting schools in Nyamira and Kisii. And I wanted to find out, some of these funds come by virtue of being a CS and coming from that region, or what was the basis that was used that it only covered one region? Thank you.
Number 10.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm Honorable Ken Chonga, MP Kilifi South. Speaker, bear with me. My question is in two parts. Very brief. Very, very brief. Speaker, without taking a rider to what Honorable Owen has asked, one of the reasons why we have serious shortages in schools is the issue related to hardship allowance. Areas where bordering hardship allowance have suffered massive transfers from one area to areas which hardship allowance. My area of my constituency is a living example about this. I remember I brought a petition in the previous parliament, and I've been following up this petition to get to know what the ministry is doing to harmonize the issue of hardship allowance. But to date, Mr. Speaker, nothing has come forth from the ministry. I remember last year, in the month of November, there was a retreat in Kilifi. And this question was asked. Kilifi South is understaffed by over 50%. And this is the reason which is affecting that. How and when soon is this issue going to be addressed? Part 2 is, why are all the schools in Kilifi South lacking deputy principals? And even for those schools which have a boarding school for girls, have no boarding teachers, specifically, I don't know how you call them, women, ladies, boarding teachers. Yet, ladies are to be attended by their fellow ladies. Thank you.
And I think we had forgotten Honorable Gaisero. You can go now. You're the last one.
Sorry?
No, not you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. CS, for me, I'll be very specific on the...
Say your name, then ask your question.
My name is Gisairo, Member of Parliament, Kitutu Masaba. CS, I'll be very specific on the placement. What criteria was being used to do the placement of grade 10? What was the level of access by your officers into that system? Because we are all aware of some of the officers who were receiving lists and kept making the system go dark. And when it gets live, there were changes in mostly C1 schools. Some of the names we have, we can't name them here because of the setting of this meeting. But what measures are you taking to ensure that this is not repeated? This is not repeated because this was the most absurd placement system for our children into grade 10. Your officers messed it up, your officers abused it, and what measures are you taking to ensure this does not happen again?
Minister, go to the podium and answer those 11 questions.
Thank you, members, for those very insightful questions. I'll start with Honorable Mbui's question on the cost of educating a child in Kenya. First, let me start by saying that the amount that we indicated as capitation for the government that is giving the 1,540, the 15,000, and the 22,000 was arrived at after a task force was established, and they did an analysis and came up with those figures. Having said that, Honorable Mbui, the simple answer to your question is that we actually, as a country, do not know how much it costs to educate a child from grade 1 all the way to university. And I'll explain to you the reason, and members, since we are all here as leaders, it is good to interrogate these things. For example, government gives capitation, which is tuition fees, tuition of 1,420. CDF gives bursaries. County governments give bursaries. We are called to Harambes and we donate to that same number of children. There are other people, private sector, who also contribute. So no analysis, no actual analysis has been done to determine what is the actual cost. So what we are doing as a ministry currently, as we speak, through the development of the new CHEMIS system, we are creating a module which will give all our learners a unique number from grade 1, from actually ECD, all the way to the universities. So that if you are supporting a child, any child, whether you are CDF, whether you are county, whether you are private sector, that amount has to be allocated to that child in that number, so that we can have a discussion about what is the total amount of money
that we are putting in the sector, other than the 702 billion that the government is giving, which is at 28%. Then we can come up with an actual amount that we can say, this is what it costs to educate a child, to confirm whether, if we put all these funds in one basket, would then be able to meet the requirement of Article 53 on free and compulsory education across the board, including issues relating to uniforms and other expenses. We have had a challenge, and you'll agree with me. This analysis has never been done. Nobody has done it. It hasn't been done. It is something that as a country today, because of the challenges that we are having, we need to face it and we need to do it. We have to be courageous about it so that we have a clear picture. Because we have an X number of students, X number of children, we need to be able to know how much money is allocated to each of those children. Question number 2.
Allow him to proceed first, then you can raise your issues.
On the issue of the regulations,
Allow him to proceed first. When we take the second round of questions, I'll give you a priority. So just write down. Just write it down. We'll proceed that way, or else we'll not make progress. Proceed, Waziri.
on the issue of the regulations that we normally issue as circulars,
Write it down, I'll give you
we
a
are
chance.
reducing now those into a gazette notice, but also we are undertaking the amendment of the Basic Education Act, where a lot of these issues are going to be addressed through the Act and through the regulations that will be coming to you. Number 2.
Honorable members, kindly keep your voices down so that we've already asked the questions to the minister. If everybody gives a point of order, okay, then I'll have 1 point of order. Okay, Honorable Ochieng, what's your point of order?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the question asked by the Honorable Mbui is everything you would want to know in this country about education. This question, the answer to that question is everything about school fees. So the minister cannot tell us he doesn't know how much a kid costs to teach in this country. So on what basis do they give capitation for primary, for secondary? What basis are they giving us school fees for university? Madam Speaker, if we don't know how much a kid costs to teach, how do you budget? And number 2, then who does the minister expect to do that analysis? Whom does he expect to do that actual science thing? It's a question that is mishandled, and it wrecks, in my opinion, of a lack of appreciation of what it's supposed to do. It has to be handled the right manner.
Okay, thank you, honorable members. The good thing is the minister has confirmed, he has said he doesn't know. So what we should be doing in the follow-up questions is giving him a time frame to present that before the committee. But he doesn't know. He can't guess.
Order, members, order. 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 Ocheng has made a point. Minister, you have heard. Now proceed to answer.
Thank you.
Order. Sirma, take your seat.
I've heard you. Thank you.
Take your seat. Take your seat, member.
Honorable Bayer's question on the issue relating to distribution of...
Waziri, yes. Order, members. You have your technical team here. Yes. You are at liberty to ask them to assist you, give you the numbers, the figures, so that you satisfy the House. And honorable members, it will be decent to listen. Even when the answer falls short of your expectations, we have another round to ask questions. Order. Con, Waziri.
So on the question of distribution of the teachers and infrastructure to areas that have been left behind, so to speak, as a ministry, we are focused on doing affirmative action to ensure that these areas are provided for, and also the question of rationalization of the resources that we have and the teachers that we have, so that we can redistribute the teachers to various schools that do not have them. We have a rationalization issue, and this is being done by TSC. We've had discussion with them to see in schools that do not have teachers, and we have teachers in another area where we have more, that distribution needs to be done so that no place is left behind. In terms of ensuring that we provide the list of the infrastructure that has been distributed, that will be submitted to you so that each person can see what has been allocated to where, from when to when. So we'll provide, didn't come with it, we'll provide that particular list. Honorable Patrol's question on the number of students that we can cap on the number of schools where these students select. The policy of government is that students select the schools that they would like to go to. So what happens is, in this particular transition that we did, students were allowed to select 3 schools from each category. So they were allowed to select 3 schools from C1, 3 schools from C2, 3 schools from C3, and 3 schools from C4. Now, the reason why some of the schools received more students is because they did not have Form 2s. So they were allowed to increase the capacity a little bit because they had an extra classroom. That's why some of the schools who had indicated that they have, for example, capacity for 500, were allowed to take an extra 200 because that capacity is available in those schools. So what is going to happen is, once we complete this exercise on Friday, we are going to look at the exit report on the numbers. How many students have gone to C1, how many have gone to C2, how many have gone to C3 completely and C4, and determine the schools, for example, that did not get the numbers. Then we'll have a discussion on what we are going to have to do with those schools. But we'll only be able to reach that decision once we have the exit report of the final placement. That is the same question, question 5, to Honorable Tonkei's question. All the students that are in Narok did not get capitation. It is not true. The capitation that goes to school is based on the number that is submitted by the schools. So what was happening, and maybe as an explanation, is that a request is
Let him finish his sentence and I'll give you a chance. Honorable Tonke, he hasn't completed answering you. Let him finish, then you can, I'll give you a chance to ask.
So I was explaining that in senior school, 22,000 shillings is sent to schools for the students. That money is sent as 50% in term 1. As a policy, it is not.
Honorable Tonge, what's your point of order?
Madam Speaker, I did not say that the CS did not send money. Honorable CS, understand my question. In fact, I began by complimenting you for the good work of dispersing all the capitation to schools. The question was, there was a directive from the president that all the grade 10 students report to schools. And my question was, what are you doing to ensure that the capitation that now will be sent to schools is sent so that those students can learn comfortably? That was the question, Bwana CS. I wasn't talking about the disbursement of funds. I know the funds were already dispersed, And I said, congratulations on that.
Thank you.
So you are misleading by saying that I have.
I got you. I got the question. The students that were directed to go to school without school fees and uniforms were the 8% that were remaining because 92% had already reported. So what is going to happen, we've directed our officers to collect the data as to where these learners reported so that we can then incorporate their numbers into the next release of the funds. Yes, thank you. Now the 3 pathways that have been created for grade 10, what is happening is the categorization of the schools were done on the capacity of what they can offer in terms of the 3 pathways. There are C4 schools who have the capacity to offer the sports section or the sports pathway, and that is how the students were placed into those particular institutions. Because we were placing students based on the cluster of what they have performed, and that's why you notice that only 10% are doing that pathway. So the schools that they have been placed are schools that have been determined to have that capacity, but we are continuing to improve the infrastructure as we receive resources to ensure that these pathways are provided for through the available infrastructure so that the students are learning in an environment that is conducive. To Honorable number, I think I'm in number 5. Number 7, Honorable Mishi's question. Here it is. The problem of paying BOM teachers. As I've indicated, there is a shortage of teachers even as we speak. The government has done 100,000 teachers as of this year, and we are going to do another 16,000 teachers on the year 2026-2027 to cover those shortages. And we've agreed with TSC that they would need to reallocate and ensure that we have enough teachers in some of the schools that are lacking so that there's fair distribution. And I've talked about rationalization. As you will see, once we have the exit report that I've indicated, some schools will not be having grade 10 students and they'll not be having Form 2 students. So they'll be having only Form 3 and Form 4. So TSC would now sit and reallocate those teachers to the schools that do not have enough teachers as we continue to cover that gap so that eventually we have a fair distribution of the teachers across the country. I indicated also that fees has not changed. Bwana Sugut, can you give the list? C1, how much, C2, like that, of that fees, because you've got it there. The actual fees that is payable.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Speaker. Now, for the fees is in 2 levels. The capitation by government is 22,244, which is uniform in all schools. Yeah? That is secondary schools.
Proceed and give the figures, then members can question it. So let's allow him to give the figures and then we can question. We can interrogate.
So the figures for secondary schools, the capitation by government is 22,244 for all the schools. What is payable by parents is boarding fee. And the boarding fee in the C1 schools is 53,535 per year. In the rest of the boarding schools, it is 40,435. Thank you, sir.
So C4, there is no fees that is paid, and government does not pay for food. That is the amount that sometimes the principals charge. On the question of having a standard uniform, across the country. This question was discussed in 2018, and the ministry did propose that perhaps it is time that we had a standard uniform for every school across the country with just a badge differentiating the schools. But this was shot down by the public because they indicated that school uniforms are identities of the schools. So as a ministry, we are still working on a policy, and that needs to be actually in the law, that the school uniforms are bought from wherever the parents want to buy them, not from indicated or specific places directed by the principals. And in that amendment that we are suggesting in the Basic Education Act, which is coming to you, we are requesting that that becomes a law and a regulation, because it has become very difficult to implement that regulation or that circular using administrative means, because we don't get enough information from the ground. Honorable Chonga's question on hardship allowance. Hardship allowance is designated across the country. Hardship areas, not allowance, sorry. Hardship areas is designated across the country by the Ministry of Public Service, and that is what we use to indicate as a ministry which areas are designated as hardship areas. But I know that there is discussions going on the harmonization of all the hardship areas across the country, and perhaps that regulation is also coming to you through the regulations committee to ensure that at least each and every part of the country that has hardship is designated as such, and everybody in government would be able to utilize that. The question of deputy principals, I will liaise with the TSC to find out why in Kilifi South the principals have not been sent there, or they have not been deployed. The placement criteria by Honorable Gishairo that we used, at the time we allowed the principals to come and support the placement. We had already done 88% of the placement through the chemist module system that we were using. But there was a hue and cry on the ground that the principals were saying we also need to be involved in participating in the revision. So the 12% portion, we allowed the ministry to participate or to work with the principals in the placement of those students. The system was not interfered with. As far as I know, it was being managed from the ministry. Thank you.
So, honorable members, what has come out clearly, Waziri, is yourself and the Committee on Education, Honorable Meli. What is outstanding, members want a list of the distribution of the teachers per county, or is it per constituency? They've also asked that they want to have the exit report on student distribution, why some schools have more students, others don't have students. They also would want to know the clarification on the placement systems, and then followed by the law on uniforms. So those are things that you can work on when the session starts, so that you can report to the House for members to know, so that you can report to the House. And of course also the report on the redesignation of hardship areas. Yeah? So those are items that your committee can follow up.
Chair, I think I don't want to respond to those issues.
No, you're not responding.
I don't
it's
want to
homework for your committee.
Yes, let me just say this, members. One minute only. Members, you remember the issue of hardship was brought to the floor of the House. We discussed it extensively, and the Prime Cabinet Secretary himself did talk on it. I think it's an issue that needs to be handled further and even be taken back by the public service, so that we have a clear policy by the government. Because if we don't have a clear policy, we'll be repeating the same questions year in, year out. One thing which I also want to talk about is the issue of infrastructure. This committee, this House, had agreed that let infrastructure move to the CDF so that it is evenly distributed across. But I don't know why, at some point, we had done very well, and some point now it is back in the ministry. I think we need to make a proposal that no infrastructure funds remain in the ministry. It should come to the floor and be redistributed equally.
Okay, let's go to the next.
Order, members. Order. We had said we stop at 11, but we will take another round. I know it's 11. We'll take another round. Seeing the interest, if, put down your hands. Put down your hands. If we are disciplined to ask one question each, we can do yet another round thereafter. But if everybody pretends that this is phase one of my question, then I'm going to another one, my first question, then we will not have the time. So let's take a round of 10. Then, Minister, we want concise and precise responses. Then we'll do yet another one. Gladys, go ahead. Start with Majority Leader.
Okay, Majority Leader, you're number 1. Omboko, you're number 2. Honorable Wako, you're number 3. Yeah. Honorable Nikal.
No picketing, no picketing.
Yeah. Yes, yes. Your number is number 4. Hillary, number 5. Hillary.
You say how important.
Just wait. No, I'm coming. That's why I'm walking here. Honorable Bayu. Bayu. Honorable Bayu. Yes. Honorable yes. Honorable Omar. Yes. Honorable Katana. Let me go that side. Yes. Honorable Member for Kibra. Honorable Wabilianga. Kangogo. How many are those? 11. We are coming second round. We are coming for the second round.
How many have you taken?
11.
11. The next round will go to this side. Just be patient, Wanjala. You'll not miss out. Number 1. You've been given your number, so you say your name and you ask your question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Kimani Shongwa.
Order, members.
Mine to begin with, if is not a question, is to challenge the Chair Education Committee and members of the Education Committee. Members, if I can have your attention, because it is very easy to make political statements. And what Honorable Meli is making here is a political statement on distribution of infrastructure funds.
And I have a very good reason. Kikuyu constituency has 38 public secondary schools. Langata constituency, where Honorable Jalango comes from,
has 4 secondary schools. Only. Kathiani has probably 62 schools. You are making a political statement telling us that that money should go to CDF and be shared equally. That is not leadership, that is politics. Because it is up to the ministry to allocate funds equitably and fairly. The burden of infrastructure funds lies squarely within the Committee in Parliament of Education. That is where inequity comes in. Let us just be honest with each other. And the minister has been clear, the deficit that is there in the ministry. Again, it is this house that appropriates money.
You told us, Minister, you have a deficit of 42 billion. 48 billion. I wanted you to clarify and disabuse the notion, because there are some people who are telling us that if you took all the money from NGCDF, it would sort out the problems in the Ministry of Education. If on average I take 30 million shillings from 290 constituencies, that is only 8.7 billion shillings. Does it solve your problem? And that is what CS, you should be telling this House, that it is up to the Committee on Education and the Budget Committee to make sure that you have adequate funds, then make sure there is equitable distribution. The Chair Education cannot be telling us that if you take that money to NGCDF, we will solve the problem. I do not need infrastructure money in my constituency. But Honorable Soro here with 78 schools needs more money than me. So you will give him money that I will not need. That's why I said you are making a political statement. To my question, CS, uniform and lunch programs. That is a bedrock of corruption in your schools. And another thing you call desks and lockers. We provide desks through NGCDF. Last week I went to a school in my constituency that has only 189 students. That school has 28 teachers. I had given them 150 desks through NGCDF a year ago. They were asking me for another 50 desks. And I told them I will not give you unless you show me a grade 9 student who went home with a desk. The desks are lumped up in a store somewhere. You give those teachers money for maintenance. They don't use that money and nobody takes note of it. You do not have school inspectors who are doing anything on the ground. It is these members of parliament who have become school inspectors, and you should not subject members of parliament to become school inspectors. The same rationalization you're talking about with TSC. Let me tell you, CS, there is no rationalization that is going on. And I've heard you say in your PS that it is likely some day schools are going to close because of the challenge you have said of the next 3 years after Form 3 and Form 4 clear. The next 3 years after Form 3 and Form 4 clear, those schools will close. And that rationalization, you must make it a reality. TSC is not doing what they ought to be doing in terms of rationalization of teachers. Teachers harass these MPs left, right, and center because every teacher in this country wants to go back to their village to teach in their village. We must decide as a country whether we want to make politics out of education and make everybody happy or do the right thing for our children. Because why would a school with 100 students have 28 teachers and the school next door has 600 students without teachers, and you have a county director of education in that sub-county? Those are the issues, yes. Because yourself and your PS, you have the most clueless PS in the Ministry of Education. Most clueless. He only sits in Nairobi and has no idea what goes on the ground. Get out of your offices in Nairobi, go to the ground, deal with the problems there. Then challenge this house, then to get the 48 billion shillings for you from the budget, and we deal with the problem once and for all. Otherwise, what we are doing here now is dancing around issues.
Thank you.
You have danced around the issue of uniform and the circular for school fees. We cannot legislate on school fees. We cannot. You cannot put school fees in a statute. What you should do is tomorrow, CS, you have the powers as a cabinet secretary to gazette. Go and gazette the school fees that ought to be there. when you bring the basic education amendment, we will now be referring to the CS gazetting. But we cannot put school fees in a law. The same thing with uniform and lunch programs. I told you that is a bedrock of corruption in schools. Where some schools, I see some schools, and I'm referring to my own constituency, and these members will tell you it is the same in their constituencies. You will go and find a school that charges 3,000 for a lunch program. You will find another one charging 8,000, 9,000. And they're in the same locality. Yeah? Under your ministry, you have the school feeding program. Why don't you get the resources from the school feeding program to ensure there is food in the schools, and also gazette the maximum amount that should be charged in a school for the lunch program? You have no reason for a grade 6 student in Kikuyu Township Primary School to be wearing a uniform like the one I'm wearing, then because they are moving to grade 7 to go and change uniform. What happens in other civilized countries is that people just put on a different tie or a badge on your chest that will cost you 5 or 10 shillings. Why are we subjecting teachers to changing uniform, feeding the corruption cartels by teachers and head teachers in our schools with the cartels that are producing uniform? And that is why CS, it took none other than the president to intervene on the matter of school uniform. You should not subject the president to be the one to be intervening on school uniform. It is you and your peers who should be doing that.
Number 2.
Thank you.
Order.
Thank you.
I gave your leader a latitude to make that positive remark. The rest, one question or one comment each. Remember, go ahead.
The CS appearing before the Committee of Education in a meeting that I was lucky to attend last year did promise that he will give the list of the schools that had benefited from infrastructure in the following week. Honorable Speaker, the CS appearing in Parliament when we did call him over the issue of capitation in schools did indicate further that he'll give that list the following week. Today, the CS has gone ahead to indicate that he's going to give the list. Honorable Speaker, I'm seeing a consistent gap of avoiding to give the list to the honorable members. Honorable Speaker, the CS says he does not know the amount required to educate a child from the lower grades to the senior grades, and is doing nothing about it, and is mixing that cost of education for one child with the funding that comes from CDF, donors, and other people. I would wish the CS goes back there, because even the Muriel-led commission that is talking about, which brought out 15,000, must be in his office, and the PS is having the details of how 15 was arrived to and 14 was arrived to.
What is your question?
My question is, back to what one honorable said. What is the cost of educating a child? So that Parliament can budget, so that the executive can budget. Thank you. That's a question that he can never run away from.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Waziri. My question is, of course, our majority leader has covered the better part of what I had in mind, but as he gazettes, as the Waziri gazettes, I would want him to be clear on the fees for the day schools and what percentage the ministry is putting in. Again, the other thing is we have a huge number of girls dropping out as a result of teenage pregnancy. It has now moved to 15%. That is becoming a real hindrance to girl child. Can the minister tell us what they have in place?
Number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, when there was a change of policy of placing grade 9 in junior school instead of senior school, there was a discrepancy in planning, because a lot of work had been done in senior schools. The result is now we have empty classes in senior school, and there are no classes for grade 9 in junior schools where they are. Has the ministry done serious survey and harmonization to find out which schools have empty classes and which primary junior schools need classes for grade 9? And in circumstances where the schools are close together, is it possible to use the empty classes in senior schools by grade 9 in junior schools? Thank you.
Next.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to ask this House to go back to the day you saw
Who is the
Honorable
member?
Harold Kipchumba Kimuge.
Okay.
I want us to go back to the day we saw a child returned back from Lenana School. Let's think about it. Waziri, what steps is the ministry taking to facilitate the full participation of learners with different abilities in academic and non-academic in academic and non-academic programs, having in mind that we have many children with neurodivergency. Unlike my time when I was in school, majority of us were just physically handicapped. What happens to the children that have autism, that have intellectual disorders? As you cluster, where do you cluster that group of children? Thank you.
Next.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, niruhusu nimuulize waziri.
Is it Mbeyo or Madenge? Both of you are up.
It's me.
Then Mbeyo, then come to Madenge. What was your number?
Number 10.
It matters. We are on number 6. Who was number 6?
Number 6.
Madenge. Madenge, you are rigging. I'm told it's Mbeyu, then Omar, then Katana, then Orero, then Wambilianga, then Kogoyo.
Mr. Speaker, they had her call me out.
Jina yako haiko, si ukae.
Madenge, I'll give you the next slot, on the next round. Mbeyu, ask your question.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, niruhusu niulize waziri Migosi swali hili na maelezo kamili. Mheshimiwa Speaker, waziri ameruhusu shule za mabweni, walimu wakuu kufungua maduka ya jumla katika shule zao wakati huu wa watoto wa grade 10 kwenda shule. Nitaeleza Mheshimiwa Speaker, ada za shule, fees ziko juu. Zile vitu tunanunua kama wazazi, watoto waende hizi shule za mabweni, zinagharimu zaidi ya 50,000. Mbali na ile ada ya 22,884 ya muhula wa kwanza. Mheshimiwa Speaker, walimu hawa wakuu wameweka vitu, mattresses, bedsheet, ndoo zinanunuliwa pale shule kwa gharama ya juu. Tumechoka waziri, walimu wako wakuu wamefanya biashara kubwa sana wakati huu watoto hawa wa grade 10 kwenda kuripoti shule. Tunataka life audit ya walimu wakuu, walimu wako wakuu. Mijengo mingi inafadhiliwa na wabunge hawa na pesa za NGCDF. Mheshimiwa Speaker, utapata katika zile ada zao za kulipa shule kuna pesa za ziada kulipia mijengo. Niko na shule moja kule Kilifi. Mtoto maskini, hana baba hana mama. Nimemchukua, nimelipa hii ada yote 22,000 884. Nimefanya shopping yote ya nje na ndani ya shule zaidi ya 50,000. Nimewekewa deni ya 12,000 kuna kulipia dining hall, conference hall. Swali ni kuwa kwa nini ameruhusu walimu kufanya biashara kwa watoto maskini, wazazi maskini wa Kenya? Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Omar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mine is to crown what my colleagues have been talking about. And this is about uniform and the certificates which the principals are refusing to give to the students after a government directive. So when we leave this place, Mr. Speaker, we want these two issues to be resolved today, and henceforth there should be no such cries again. Second, it's about the fair distribution of resources.
Omar Mwinyi.
No.
When you start saying second, you are violating my direction.
Okay. One, I'm now beginning. One. Mr. Speaker, we would like, when you leave this place, to be assured that when we open Parliament, the list of how the funds for the infrastructure have been distributed nationally for the last 10 years, we want to be guaranteed that that list will be in the House before we open this session.
Thanks. Next.
The last one, Mr. Speaker, is about the pork barrel issue, if you can remember. There was a budget committee of Parliament which brought about pork barrel, and it was seen to be something that was bad, and that committee was dissolved. Hearing what members are talking about here, it appears that the Committee on Education has failed us, and we need a complete overhaul so that we can begin a new chapter, Mr. Speaker. I want members here to say aye if you're supporting me. Who are supporting?
Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Omar. You have no capacity to put the question. Orero.
Katana.
Orero.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I'm number 8, Speaker. Katana.
Is Katana, sorry, yes. Katana
yes.
first.
Asante, Bwana Speaker. Waziri, wazazi wanagharamika kulipa karo za shule. Na sisi kama wabunge pia tunasukuma kulipa karo za shule. Lakini kuna hili janamizi linaitwa remedial fees. Watoto wanafukuzwa kila uchao. Mzazi amelipa karo yote ya shule, lakini mwalimu mkuu na wale wanaohusika pale shule wanafukuza watoto kila uchao, warudi nyumbani hawasomi. Unatarajia vipi hawa watoto wapite mitihani yao? Tunataka kauli yako kama waziri na wizara. Je, mumehalalisha haya mambo ya remedial ama ni nini? Tunataka kujua kuanzia leo kama hiyo remedial is part of the school fees ama sivyo. Asante sana Bwana Speaker.
Orero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is sad that the CS can come to these honorable members and lie that the ministry disburses 22,204 as a capitation to schools. I would want the CS to tell this House, when was the last time the ministry disbursed 22,000 shillings to any school in this country? And when the capitations of this year came to schools, were they to pay the debts for last year or for this term? And how much was to pay the debts for last year, and how much is for this term? And what is remaining for this term? Thank you.
Wambilianga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question goes to the CS on JSS and the schools and the operation. The JSS are teachers who teach in the lower secondary, but they are best in the primary. Is it possible for the ministry to develop a distinct plan for the running of these JSS teachers for sports and co-curricular activities where they can manage themselves and be in control. It is very clear that running some of these sports, especially at primary level, there's a challenge for these teachers. And basically, again, the learning activities require special facilities that are lacking in some of these primary schools. That is the JSS. They lack laboratories, technology, computers, and even some of the teachers are lacking. Is it possible that the ministry does something so that the teachers in this lower cadre have their own autonomous, they are autonomous in running their activities? Thank you so much.
Kangoko, is it Kangoko?
Yes, yes, Honorable Speaker. My question to the Honorable Cabinet Secretary is about the security of the teachers, Honorable Speaker, especially our teachers who are in the northern Kenya. Mr. Speaker, in the recent past, we have lost so many teachers in the northern Kenya. Mr. Speaker, last week, we also lost a teacher. And Mr. Speaker, as we speak, there are so many teachers who have expressed a fear of their lives in the northern Kenya. What is the ministry doing to make sure that the lives of those teachers are safe? Because, Mr. Speaker, in our constitution, the right of life comes first before even the right of education. And then, Mr.
Thank
Speaker,
you. It's not called the right of life, it's called the right to life.
to life, exactly, Mr. Speaker. And the last, Honorable CS, what is the role of sponsors in schools? Because the so-called sponsors, the charges, Mr. Speaker, they have held the schools on ransom in the name of sponsorship, and they are not providing anything to those schools.
Thank you. Madenge, I'll give you the bonus on this cohort.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. CS, when you presented the placement of our candidates in the 4 clusters, C1 took only 10% of the Kenyan children, admitted 10%, C2, 23%, C3, 31%, C4, which are our day schools, took the largest chunk, over 1/3, 36%. But when we go to the performance at the Kenya Secondary Certificate of Secondary Education, the grades emanating from the C4 schools only confer these students to either recruitment to NYS, the police, KDF, and the vocational training centers. CS, in your layout for infrastructure support and capacity building, we need to see emphasis. What is the emphasis that the ministry is doing to support the majority of the Kenyan children who are studying, who the ministry is confining to studying in the C4 schools? If Kenya has to move to Singapore, it is this cluster that holds the power to take Kenya to that level. We cannot afford to have the ministry neglecting 1/3 of the Kenyan children and confining them to, a future without a hope. What is the ministry doing?
Waziri, take the podium. Who is the honorable member there? Just hold, we'll go to the last round after this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Kimani Chungwa's observation is actually correct, that we have a deficit of 48 billion, and I'll combine that deficit to the question of Honorable Orero asking whether we've ever disbursed 22,000 shillings to schools. What I indicated is that the policy of government is that capitation for senior schools should be at 22,244. But what we receive as an allocation has a deficit, so that when we are disbursing what we have received, it does not reach 22,244. So there is a discrepancy between the policy and what we are allocated. And so it is up to this House to provide that balance of 48 billion for us to be able to release the actual amount that is stipulated in the policy. Every year, the ministry requests for these figures, but the allocation is normally not given as at the rate requested, and I showed that table in that position. The ministry's policy on uniforms and lunch and remedial levies, all these remedial levies, issues relating to holding certificates, these are issues that are irregular and are illegal. And it is also true that the Basic Education Act does not have a penalty for these irregular activities, so that it is dependent on administrative action by the TSC. Now the structure of the ministry and TSC is such that TSC is an independent commission, and the teachers and discipline cases of the teachers falls under the TSC. So we recommend that this particular issue is harmonized, because we are doing the amendments to these two acts. When it comes to you, please look at it and harmonize. And what we are suggesting, because administration or inspection is administrative, but if we criminalize these activities, we gazette, which we are doing, that the remedial levies and these other levies are irregular and illegal, then we criminalize it in the act. It will become easier for us to enforce. So we have a multiplicity of issues that need to be aligned, and this is going to be aligned when we present the bills to you to look at. On terms of
yes, who is that? Taitumu, what's your point of order? Give Honorable Taitumu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the minister is trying to disinform this House about the policies and what the TSA is supposed to do. These policies that you are talking about, who is supposed to enforce? We have principals sending students back if they get uniform from the shops and other selling entities. Who is supposed to enforce the policies that are there for the ministry? It is the TSC or it is you? Because, Mr. Speaker, the CS is misinforming the House from the very outset. Earlier on, he said that they cannot compute the actual amount needed to educate a learner in our systems, because members of parliament are providing bursaries. Counties are providing bursaries. We don't provide the bursaries. We try to cushion the learners from the vagaries of the excesses that there are. So we provide within the premise of what is given as school fees. So we don't give anyhow that we provide the money. So, Mr. Speaker, let the CS tell us who is supposed to enforce the regulations and what happens and how many have been punished by violating those policies so far.
It was not a point of order, it's a disguise to ask a question. Go on. Order, let him answer the questions you have asked. We'll come to another round. Katana, take your seat. Go on, Minister.
Honorable Naomi Wako's question on the gazettement of the fees on day schools. That gazette, as I indicated, has already been prepared.
Katana, kuna
It is-
shida gani?
Asante, asante Bwana Speaker.
Order, Katana, you asked about the legitimacy of remedial fees.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So I've refreshed it for you. Sit down.
Bwana Speaker, tafadhali
Yes.
niruhusu niweze kukariri hili. Vile waziri amekubali kwamba remedial na ununuaji wa uniformu katika shule ni haramu. Tunataka tuambie hapa ni hatua gani ambazo anachukua, kwa sababu mpaka leo wazazi bado wanaumia na watoto wanaregeshwa nyumbani. Atuambie kabla hajatoka pale alipo.
Waziri, waambie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When, as I have indicated, ladies and gentlemen and honorable members, the ministry has passed a policy, and the policy has been disseminated to the principals, that they are not, one, supposed to send children home even for food, where parents are
Waziri,
not been able to.
You will help order, you will help this house a lot more. You know, you can have a policy which nobody is enforcing. You have a policy which nobody respects. You have a policy which nobody is implementing. You remember what you are asked by, I think, the majority leader and somebody else. Do you have a presence of your ministry in every part of the country ensuring that the policies you are talking about are actually applicable and working? I think that is the big question. Because you can have a policy in Nairobi and your education officer in Vihiga is busy in bed with teachers to make money.
We have officers on the ground who are supposed, the quality control officers in the, yes, let me finish. So these officers are supposed to enforce the policies of the ministry. So that is why, ladies and
Waziri,
gentlemen,
let me help you.
Yes.
You know, when you tell members of parliament that you have officers on the ground, they are supposed to enforce your policies, it means they are not enforcing. It will be helpful to tell these members that you are going to ensure that your officers on the ground enforce the directives and policies from the ministry. Then things will work better.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that assistance. Let me confirm that we are going to ensure that our officers on the ground enforce the directives of the ministry. We are also making, and let me put it this way, we are also doing the amendment to the Basic Education Act, which is coming to you. And our suggestion is that we criminalize failure by the officers to enforce the policies and regulations of the ministry. So Honorable Wako's question, as I said, we'll be gazetting the school fees this Friday. The gazette notice has already been prepared. And yes, for day but the gazette notice combines everything, including the day secondary schools. So that gazette notice is coming out. Dr. Nikal's question on grade 9 classroom, as I indicated earlier, an assessment was done, and the classrooms for grade 9 that were required were 23,000, and that has been done. So that problem of grade 9 transitioning from grade 8 in junior schools has been sorted out. And as I've indicated, the transition to grade 10 has taken place, and the exit report will be able to indicate to us which classrooms are remaining so that we can make a decision after working with the public and all of us on how we are going to handle the empty spaces and what we are going to do about the students or about those schools. The question on Lenana School, Bwana Scoot, I'd like you to respond to that question on Lenana School and what we are doing to ensure that our other children able differently also do not miss school. Yes.
Are you done?
Scoot is answering that question on the measures that are in place to ensure that
our students able differently. I school the Honorable Kipchumba's
Thank
question.
you, CS. With regard to Lenana School.
Tell us who you are first.
Yeah, my name is Sugut William, Head of Senior School Education.
What name?
Sugut William.
William. Go
Yes.
ahead, William.
With regard to Lenana School is in an integrated school. That means it handles regular children and special needs children, particularly in those that are physically impaired. And what we have seen this year is an upsurge of the numbers of children in special needs. And so we are supporting the school to enhance the capacity.
You are not answering the question that was asked. Lenana was used as an example.
Yes, sir.
But you are asked, what is the ministry doing to accommodate children with special needs across the country?
Okay.
It was not about expanding facilities in Lenana. Isn't that what Kipchumba asked? Yes.
Yes.
That we have children with autism, physical incapacity, some with partial mental incapacity, and so on. Yes. Lenana may be an example school. What policy do you have to accommodate such children across the country? That was the question.
Thank you, Speaker. Sir, what has happened is that we have a total of 37 special needs schools that we have dedicated to handle all the array of special needs issues, from visually impaired, hearing impaired, to physically impaired. The ministry also gives an enhanced capitation for purposes of ensuring that infrastructure in these schools is taken care of. This financial year, for instance, we benefited from the National Treasury by receiving 100 million, which has been shared to those schools. Each of them will get 2.7 million to be able to improve the infrastructure across board. And we will continue then to get the data and be able to support all these special needs schools with the support of KISE and the various agencies of government. Thank you, Speaker.
Go on, Minister.
Honorable Ambeyo's question
Yes,
on opening of...
yes, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Even as he gives that answer, there was a policy change, not only in Kenya but worldwide, including Kenya, that children with special needs, if they are not too severe, should be integrated in schools, in mainstream schools. So actually, schools like Alliance, like Lenana, Moi Girls Eldred, should be attempting to have a certain quota reserved for those children, because they have to know how to live with normal society. Because one day they'll have to come to the workplace. 4% of the workplace is reserved for people with disabilities. And I think that's where the challenge is. And I think that's how that question was being directed by Mr. Kipchumba, Honorable Kipchumba, right?
So Honorable Ambeya's question, Omar and Katana also dealing with these issues of the extra levies, opening of shops in schools to sell things like uniforms to parents. That's what we've said. It is in the policy, and we're going to ensure that it is enforced. Issues of remedial fees that we've discussed. And also, Honorable Mari asked about us providing the list of the infrastructure funds distributed across the country in the last 10 years. Mr. Sgut, and I can see Hassan there. When are you providing this? You have the data.
So we have the data. We have the data and we can provide immediately.
God.
All right. I have answered the question of disbursement of the 22,000 and the question of whether the funds that we've released this time is supposed to pay for the debts of last year. No, it's not supposed to pay for the debts of last year. It's supposed to be paid for this year. And that is a different conversation that needs to be had, because it's not just last year that we did not give full 22, but also previous years that I've indicated is as a result of what we receive. The JS autonomy is a conversation that is still going on to determine how to handle the JS in junior schools of the teachers and the other activities that they are involved with. One of the proposals is that we might have to have a deputy principal in charge of junior school to handle issues relating to the JS teachers and in that space. In terms of the security of our teachers up north, we are working with the Ministry of Interior. In fact, as we speak, there is a team that was dispatched yesterday from the ministry, from TSC and from Interior, and they are up there trying to find out solutions to ensure that all our teachers are secured in the schools where they are teaching. So that we are working with the Ministry of Interior to support us in that place. The role of sponsors is provided for in the Basic Education Act, and they get involved in a number of activities are stipulated in the Act, but where we discuss and we find that maybe something needs to be changed, we would be able to discuss with them, have stakeholder engagements with them to ensure that there is no conflict in handling matters in those schools. There was a last question.
Of withholding certificates by Mwinyi.
Yes, I did indicate that we are enforcing that provision because it is in the Act, but as I indicated, the weakness is there is no penalty provided for. It is administrative action, but we are working to ensure that that particular provision is enforced. The last.
Who is shouting point of order? Wamchomba, is it a point of order or you want to ask a question? Emase? Emase, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, my point of order is on certificates. Because parents are not being given the certificates. And at some point in another fora, you indicated the possibility of transiting certificates through the district education offices as opposed to the principals. What is the progress on that? Because right now, Honorable Speaker, a parent who has even cleared the fees, when the child goes to pick the certificate so that they can proceed to the university, is being told you lost 24 books. How possible is it that a student lost 24 books? I just had a call today. A student is claimed to have lost 24 books. And to pay remedial 50,000. I mean, this is bullshit. What is the progress?
That is wrong language. Withdraw that.
I withdraw, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
But we feel it on behalf of the parents. Because this is a conduit of corruption. And it must be dealt with.
Waziri, sit down, Omongina.
The question of certificates, as I've indicated, has been a thorn. And we are doing everything possible to ensure that the enforcement of that provision is done, because it is illegal under the Act for any principal to withhold a certificate belonging to a student. The question of Honorable Madhenge on the 36% of KCSE, It is true that from the KCSE, a number of the students who are in C4 did not get good grades. But this particular system is slightly different from Form 4 because this one is not dependent on the exam alone. So we anticipate that going forward, the support we'll give to these schools, including ensuring that the infrastructure sent to these schools is across the board, because now things like sports is not a co-curricular, but it is mainstream. So the resources will be going to these schools to ensure that the facilities are in place, and because it is a competency-based, we anticipate that that number of children not doing too well from C4 will go down. Thank you.
Honorable members, Honorable members, we have the next CS Duale waiting. Do we get him in or we take another round? Okay. Do we take him in or we take another round? Okay. Take your seats. Let me see the hands. Wanjala, you'll be number 1. Mbeyu, you are in the last cohort, so I can't give you now. Let's be fair to others. Nicholas, number 2. Wamaua, number 3. Ambassador Sigei, number 4. Wamshomba, number 5. Even if you wave your hand and you are not in the radar, I will not give you. We have reached number 5. Huko nyuma kuna nani? The member in a white shirt, I can't see you properly. Ni nani? Maungu, number 6. Atandi, number 7. Wangwe, number 8. Number 9. Kemei, number 9. Rueda, number 10. And member for Garissa Town, number 11. Let's take those. Yes. It's member for Garissa, not town. It's major. Waitan, sorry. Waitan from Mandera. Let's take those. If it's your wish that you carry on, I'll give you. Let's take those. Number 1. 1 question each. Wanjala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Waziri did come to Parliament to answer questions. And Mr. Speaker, Waziri disbursed capitation money to ghost schools. And he promised Parliament that indeed they were investigating and people will be brought to books. Till today, Mr. Speaker, all those billions, we still don't know whether those people were arrested or whether the people in the ministry who are recipients of that money. That's why they have not taken against those people, because this money was disbursed to banks. They know who withdraws this money. Till today, those billions, they are unable to pay capitation to schools, but a lot of money went to ghost schools.
Thank you. Next. Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, some parts of this country, they have suffered since independence through the policies of the Ministry of Education. Mr. Speaker, where I come from, I have 13 secondary schools in my constituency. And the Honorable Majority Leader has just confirmed to us here that in his constituency, there's a school with 100 students. And here it has 28 teachers. I have a school called AIC Kangitit Boys Secondary School with the enrollment of 150. From 2022 up to date, it has only 2 teachers, the head teacher and one of the teachers. It has done examination 4 times. Mr. Speaker, my question to the minister or the CS, is the CS aware of these situations in some parts of this country? Because as I have just recited on that school, I have a school called Katilia Girls, AIC Katilia Girls Secondary School, with 371 students, with only 3 teachers. It has done examination 6 times. I have tried so many times to talk to the ministry, talk to the TSC, but my concerns, they have not been answered. What plans has the ministry has for these schools in those remote areas of this country? And we are trying to say, we are trying to balance education in this country. How balanced is our education as per what I have just said?
Point made. Next, Wamaua.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. My question is on the activity money that is charged in our primary schools. Mr. Speaker, last year and the other year, the parents were being asked for 400. Now from January, I heard from the Director of Education, it is now 500. And they are charging per head. So you go to the parents, you tell them education is free, and they start asking you, how is it free? Other than the activity money, and they are charging per head, then ask 100 for exam and other monies. Mr. Speaker, sir, are we telling our parents that this is part of telling them they should not give birth to many children? Because for that parent who has 4 children or 5 or 6, you multiply by 5,000, you can see how much they are paying. Yet we are saying that education is free. So, Waziri, can you tell us on how this money is supposed to? Is it supposed to be maybe standardized? Or can we do away with it? Or is it supposed to be part of the capitation?
Sigay.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to raise an issue on World Bank projects. Mr. Speaker, about 10 years ago, projects to construct laboratories in Soti constituency were given out by the World Bank. And Mr. Speaker, since then, the only thing which has been done was to bring the construction to the slab level. Nothing has been done. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking a statement from the minister as to what happened, the status, how much money has been used, and what plans he has to complete these projects. People are suffering, the students are suffering. Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you.
Yes.
Next, Wamchomba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through your guidance and your leadership, I brought a motion on uniform in the House. We debated on matters uniform, and the ABLE Committee of Education directed that the ministry provides clear direction to head teachers on matters uniform. It is very disappointing that 2 years down the line, Mr. Speaker, the same issue of uniform that we debated in this House has not been sorted. So in other words, Mr. Speaker, the minister is making us look like we don't work. He's actually making us getting bashed by our own voters. When he comes here and tells us that the TSC is yet to implement an administrative regulation. I am not satisfied as a mover of that motion, and I think this minister and his PS should be fired with immediate effect because they are not helping us. Mr. Speaker, on the same issue of
You are
uniform.
now making a speech.
Sorry.
Ask a question.
My question is the minister aware that a certain school in Githunguri constituency called Kagwe Girls, the kids, it is now a national school, that grade 10 students reported and they were not admitted in that school all the way from Turkana parents and children slept or spent the night on the benches of that school at the reception for 2 nights just because they did not come with the right uniform. This issue of uniform, Mr. Speaker, is very serious, and the minister is actually playing games with us. We have done our part as members of parliament. He should take his job very seriously, or else he should be fired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bwana CS, you were on record having indicated that the ministry will be shutting down schools that have admitted few students in grade 10. Yet we have a trend taking place currently in the country whereby greedy principals are over-admitting grade 10 learners in their schools. You find that a school that has been categorized as a 4-stream school has admitted close to 10 streams, stretching the facilities they have in terms of teachers, in terms of laboratories, and even classrooms. What steps is the ministry putting in place to tame these greedy principals who over-admit for the sole purpose of getting capitation and therefore denying these learners an opportunity to have a free and a fair learning environment? Thank you.
Thank you, Atandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, every year, Budget Committee engages in public hearings across several counties across the country, in which the citizens are allowed to give their views on which project they would like to be factored, and a public participation vote.
Honorable Speaker, it has come to our attention that for the last 2 financial years, the Minister of Education has failed to implement those projects.
I want to understand from the Minister why he has failed to implement those projects for the 2 financial years that we have done the budgets. And lastly, on the budget, Honorable Speaker, from the records we have, the total resource requirement for capitation is 129 billion. This is information we have from the Ministry of Finance and from the Budget and Education Committee. But I've seen that from the report presented by the Minister that we have a deficit of 48 billion. From our records, we allocated 93.6 billion for capitation. And therefore, the deficit that we should be talking about is 35 billion, not 48 billion. Honourable Minister, please, you need to clarify on that. Thank you.
Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want the CS to be very specific on when is he planning to submit the capitation for grade 10 students, Honorable Speaker. And underscore, Honorable Speaker, this, that he has undertaken to send the books for grade 10 by the first week or so of February. But while sending the books, Honorable Speaker, they use a specific number of students. But while sending capitation, they choose not to rely on the same figure to send the money for capitation. Where is the discrepancy coming from? Such that during the remittance of capitation, there is always less amount sent to schools. But in terms of distribution of books, Honorable Speaker, there are various books which are submitted to students even by 100% or even 200% of the candidates. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Beatrice Kamei.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And to the Minister, I want to ask this question. What action or help are you giving to the schools which have posted poor results or low results over the years? I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker, with this in mind that there is one school in Kericho, Moisito Tuet, where parents are actually protecting or defend, they are actually protecting the school, while on the other hand, Honorable Speaker, they are trying to attack the teachers, especially on the road. So the teachers are not safe and the school is not doing well. Honorable Speaker, the minister has said that he's working with the Ministry of Interior to make sure that there is security of all the teachers. But here, Honorable Speaker, is the minister aware or does he have information of all the schools which are insecure? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Roida.
Waziri, Lamu Mashariki imethibitisha uhaba wa walimu ndio imekuwa sababu kubwa watu student wetu kuanguka kwa mitihani. 2022 tulipeleka mwanafunzi hakuna mwanafunzi hata mmoja tulipeleka university. 2023 tulipeleka wanafunzi wawili, the whole constituency. 2024 tulipeleka wanafunzi 4. 2025 tumepeleka 19. Munipigie makofi.
Well done.
Sasa natoe mfano shule moja Siu Secondary. Result ya 2022 ilikuwa D-2, D plane 2, D-7, E20. Lakini hii 2025 imetoa B1, B-1, C+2, C-3, D+2, D5 na D-10, E1. Na hii ni sababu hii shule kwa miaka yote walikuwa wakifanya chemistry, hawajawahi ona mwalimu wa chemistry. Safari hii shule zangu zimepata walimu, na sio kwa ministry, ni kwenda kuomba president kumlilia paka akaelewa shida. Ministry paka sasa hawajaelewa. Swali langu ni hili: hii miaka yote tumekuwa tukigandamizwa, tutalipwa nini? Manake vijana wetu generation zimekufa, na imeonekana ni kama marginalization wazi, na wengine hawajui kwamba marginalization, wanasema marginalization imetokea bila wao kujua, lakini kukutaka wao nyingi wengine wanakosa, tunakuwa marginalized. Sasa huko nyuma, for us to catch up with others, mtatufanyia nini?
Wait on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is to ask about the issue of infrastructural allocation in the constituencies. As the Member of Parliament for Mandara East constituency, for the last 3 years, I have not seen any allocation for any infrastructure in my constituency. Other constituencies in the country or the areas are developed more than the other constituencies, especially the northern parts of this country. We are far much behind when it comes to infrastructure. As you know very well, CDF is based on ward, the number of wards that you have in your constituency. Unfortunately, other wards have more secondary schools, other constituencies have more secondary schools than others, but our funds are based on ward. I personally have 22 secondary schools and 61 primary schools, but the funds allocated are the same. What I wanted to ask the CS is that, how do you normally allocate the infrastructural funds in the constituencies? Because we, the members of parliament, know that the disparities, the shortages in the schools, even the little amount they send through the principals.
Point made.
Yes. How do they allocate?
Lillian Kogo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. CS Education, why don't you pick your calls? I don't call you for anything personal. When I call you, I'm a representative of the people, and you don't pick your call. And you expect 350 members to come and camp in your office? Why don't you pick your calls? I text you, you don't return my text. Do you know that there are elected leaders whom you should liaise with when you are going to their constituencies? You come to Rangwe, they make for you tea, they do lunch, and you don't tell me you are in my constituency. Then you make a promise you are going to do a multipurpose hall. Nothing has been done on it up to today. How do you go to my constituency to do foundation stone and you don't involve me? Wewe.
Cameron. Order. Cameron.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question to the CS Education, can the Minister state what steps is he going to take over the destruction of Laramoru Primary School? Mr. Speaker, Laramoru Primary School is a school that was opened as a result of a dispute that was there. The people of Laramoru has been fighting for the last 25 years. That is mandatory. And the other day, they agreed to open a school. That is 2 years ago. Then somebody decided to come and destroy the entire school. Now the pupils are learning under trees. What steps are you taking as the Minister of Education to make sure that those children of Laramoru are getting education like any other children? The last one, Mr. Speaker.
There is no luxury of two questions, one only.
I was only requesting the Minister to visit and see the situation of the school. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, you can now answer the questions. What's your point of order, Nyamai?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I would like to ask, I have 304 schools in my constituency. I believe that is the highest in the country. And there is a question that has been asked by so many members about distribution of infrastructure development funds. Honorable Speaker, is it a secret? Why is it that this cannot be projected here for us to see? And Honorable Speaker, if it cannot be done today, I would like to ask that you order that the Cabinet Secretary shows us that list, because that is how schools that have been marginalized can benefit. And this fund does not benefit these schools. Honorable Speaker, who is going to give us a solution to school fees? If the ministry gives 22,244 shillings, parents are paying fees. We are giving bursaries. And every fortnight, every 2 weeks, students are in the market being sent home. Who has the spine to deal with these officers
who cannot ensure that government policies are followed? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the first question on the action that we are taking after the verification exercise, that verification exercise has been completed. We are releasing it next week, and then action will be taken against the culprits, and we'll present the whole report to yourselves for further action in certain sections. Also, we'll present it to DSCI and also to EACC. Once we release it next week, action will be taken against all the officers and the principals involved in any irregularity. The question that relates to the 13 schools, 28 teachers, this is the reallocation by Honorable Nicholas, the issue of rationalization of these teachers in schools, where some teachers are more in schools and other schools do not have teachers. This is the exercise that we indicated that we would be working with TSC to ensure that there is redistribution of the teachers to the schools that do not have enough teachers of various subjects, so that we do not disadvantage any of our learners. Wamahua's question, Honorable Wamahua, any activity that is charged by a primary school is illegal and irregular, as activity is fully funded by the ministry in the capitation that is normally released. To Honorable Atandi's question that relates to issues of public participation, the ministry has not effected the implementation of those projects because the resources have not been received. It is a funding challenge. Once the resources are received, we will be able to undertake the implementation of those projects. Honorable Sigei raised a question.
Yes, who is shouting point of order? Atandi, is it Atandi? Atandi, then Makali.
Honorable Speaker, the minister is not saying the truth. When I spoke to National Treasury, they said the ministry has never done any requisition for implementation of those projects. So you cannot claim that the reason the projects are not implemented is because of lack of resources. Thank you.
Makali.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. You know, Honorable Speaker, I think this is a very serious session, and we need serious answers, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issue of funds having not been released is not the truth. Honorable Speaker, we are talking about last year, but one, and this year, Honorable Speaker.
And this is not unique to this ministry. It applies to all the ministries where public participation resources have been sent.
Honorable Speaker, I think the CSCs in this country are not taking members of parliament seriously. They think we just waste our time and they can do whatever they want to do. It is time we take action, Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, we are going to mess the country. You go out there, you promise things, we can't act as parliament. So we are being seen, Honorable Speaker, as a toothless parliament. You must protect us, Mr. Speaker.
Go on, Minister. Wamawa, take your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
He has answered your question.
I will follow up on the issue of requisition and confirm.
He has said the parents should not pay any activity money.
Yes.
So, Minister, what are you doing about it?
We are gazetting that irregularity that the Gazette is coming on Friday, showing what the parents are supposed to pay and not pay, and after that, our officers in the field will fully implement.
Minister, what is coming out is perhaps there's a disconnect between your ministry and your officers in the field. Because the days we went to school, when an education officer or inspector stepped in our school, everything came to a standstill. And everybody was held to account. I think you should go back to that, because I also come from a county and I see what goes on. Your field men and women are not simply working. So you need to do something.
I'm well guided, Mr. Speaker. We'll definitely act.
Take your seat, Mami.
Yes. Give us the opportunity. We are going to make sure that this
house will support you.
Yes.
To streamline education in this country.
Thank you.
But you must take the big stick and walk with it.
Thank you.
Let him answer all the questions pending first. Go ahead.
Honorable Sigei's question on World Bank projects that were started 10 years ago that have not been done or completed. I am aware that there is a SEQUIP program that was done that was not properly conducted or implemented, and I know that there is an audit that is going on at the moment to be able to inform the decision that will be made on actions that will be taken on those incomplete projects. So once the report of the audit is completed, we will take the necessary action and the necessary steps depending on the recommendations of that report. This question of uniforms, we've responded to it by Honorable Wamchomba. We have indicated that the teachers are not supposed to be selling uniforms in school. They should allow parents to buy uniforms from wherever they find the uniforms to be cheaper. But as I said, it's a conversation that we have to make sure that we come up with a lasting solution to the menace that has been brought about by teachers sending away students because of uniforms, including the case that you mentioned, which I wasn't aware of, that they stayed for 2 days in the benches, but we'll get a report on it and take action against that principle. I hope you still don't want me to get fired. Honorable Maungu, the CS, these teachers did indicate how many students they will be receiving, and they indicated the capacity of those institutions. So the students were allocated to those schools based on the capacity of those schools. And as I indicated earlier, students were allowed to select the schools of their choice to which they were going. So that once we do the exit report after we complete the exercise this Friday, then we'll have conversations on what we are going to do about the schools that did not receive any students, and the rationalization and reallocation of the teachers and other resources and infrastructure that would be in those institutions. So we'll rationalize that to ensure that even these schools that received more of the students than what they normally do is because they had an extra classroom arising out of the fact that we did not have Form 2s currently. The budget deficit that I've indicated as being 48, it is the figure that has been presented to us, and it was the figure that was presented, and it is true. Whether it is a shortfall of 35 billion or 48 billion, it just means that we still do not have the capacity to pay out to the schools the actual amount that is stipulated in the policies, and we'll need your support to raise this figure to that particular policy amounts so that we can be releasing the amounts to schools that they actually deserve. Now, the capitation that we release is based on the data that we receive from the schools, and there's no discrepancy between the number of the students that we are sending textbooks to that of capitation. The number is aligned because we receive that from the schools. The question of the security of our teachers in the Kericho areas, I indicated we are working with the Ministry of Interior. I don't have the full list of all the schools where there is insecurity, but our teams work with the security teams on the ground, just like we are protecting every other person to ensure that our teachers are safe in the schools that they are in, so that they do not have to run away from those places or from those institutions.
But this kind of security Kemei talked about, Waziri, it's not the same as the one in northern Kenya or in Baringo. She's saying parents are attacking teachers because they have been posting poor results year in, year out. So it's a question of standards that the parents are resisting. What do you do about that?
I think in cases like those where we get the information, we liaise with TSC to either move the teachers around and find out what the issue is. So each case is treated on its own basis to be able to get the right decision. But generally, we work with the Ministry of Interior to ensure that the security of our teachers and learners in our schools. The question of Honorable Rueda about what will happen in making remedial responses to the continuous neglect of the schools in Lamu East. We have an affirmative action that we take as a ministry, but I wouldn't be able to indicate whether there'll be any sort of payment for what has already been lost. What we can do is just work together to ensure that those areas that have been disadvantaged, they get fast-tracked so that we release enough teachers there, enough facilities in order to ensure that we do not continue with the neglect of those areas. The infrastructure released to constituencies, we've indicated and my team has confirmed that we are going to distribute that list to Parliament so that each person can see how the infrastructure fund has been distributed across the country in the last 10 years. Honorable Lillian, I'm not quite sure that I've been to Rambwe to lay any foundation stone, but I apologize if I've not picked your calls. Going forward, I will endeavor to ensure that I pick all calls, but I've not been to that place. But I will be able to pick those ones when I'm able to. Thank you. The primary school that was demolished by, I'm not sure whether we are talking about the same issue that you discussed with me on the environment, on the forest. And if that is the issue, I did raise this issue with my colleague, and we did agree that the school will continue where it is. And I think you have put up something for the school to continue, and we'll be able to come and support you because we agreed that they should not demolish it further. The distribution of development fund, that's the same issue that I have said that we provide the list across the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Waziri. He asked about ghost schools.
I did.
You did. What did you say?
He was not there.
Wanjala, he said.
You are not there.
Wanjala, take
Mheshimiwa.
your seat.
You had gone out.
He said.
When I responded.
An investigation was carried out. It is of a criminal nature, and a report will be out next week. That's what he said. Honorable members, he has also answered your question. He did. Honorable members, having listened to everything we have said, I have directed the clerk. Order. You have raised very pertinent issues. Inadequate and inequitable distribution of resources, inadequate and inequitable distribution of teachers. You've heard of the majority leader talking of a school with about 100 students, with 28 teachers. Nicholas with 300 students with 2 teachers. There must be some rationalization to balance the country. All the issues you have raised will be teased out, handed to the Committee of Education, and I want to have a meeting with the leadership and the Committee of Education to address these issues so that we can be able to bring back to plenary in Parliament and see how best we can be able to balance the country for our children to go to school properly. So we leave it here, but I want ministers, you live here. I heard you lament about bursaries. That member of parliament from Changamwe raised an issue in parliament once, which I also took up. And Njoroga, our clerk, even wrote to your ministry. The basket from where we get money for education is one. One of the biggest pilferages of money is bursaries. The MCA is giving bursary, the MP is giving bursary, the governor is giving bursary, the ministry is giving bursary, there is a presidential bursary kitty, banks are giving money for bursaries, women reps are giving bursary from the ANGAF money. Everybody is duplicating the same thing over and over. And if this money was put in a basket and administered properly, we will not be having these problems. And it takes courage, Minister, to make a decision of this nature. Because along the way, there are myriads of cartels that are benefiting from these multiple efforts in the same direction. So it's entirely up to you to decide how you help this country to stop, because you'll find these MPs, a person has come from an MCA, is carrying money, he's gone to the governor, is carrying money, he goes to the MP, he takes money, and everybody is putting money, and out of fear, because these MPs fear their constituents, if you don't give them money, they will vote you out. But if you manage to centralize and harmonize the disbursement of funds, I assure you, you can easily pay for every education of every child in this country without looking for money elsewhere. So we encourage you, and Meli, as the chair of the committee, help the ministry to formulate proper policies and see how things can be done. Sometimes you have to make very painful decisions to make the country move better. You've had Waziri, a name is number for every child. Members will now release the Minister for Education and his team so that we move to health. On the program, we are supposed to have a health break. We will not have it. We'll move straight to the Ministry of Health. Migozo Gamba and your team, you can now exit quietly so that we start our new session. Who is here? Rachel. Yes. Okay. Pardon? Yes, Your Honor. Yes, yes, yes. Mm. Order members, Honorable Gamba, tokea mlango ya nyuma na timu yako. Education team, exit through the back door. Sergeant, show them the door.
Don't go yet. You're going to come.
Honorable members, take your seats. Take your seats.
So, honorable members, we now move to session topic number 7, which is the state of healthcare in the country and any proposed legislative interventions which will be done by the Honorable Aden Duale, Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Health. I will just move to the introduction. Honorable Duale holds a Bachelor of Education degree from Moi University, 1992, and a Master of Business Administration from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology in 2012. His early education includes Boys Town Primary School, Garissa High School, and Moi Forces Academy, Nairobi. He began his professional career as a graduate teacher before transitioning into business and public service. Between 1999 and 2003, he served as a director of the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. He later founded the Livestock Marketing Society of Kenya as an umbrella organization representing livestock producers and traders in the arid and semi-arid regions. Honorable Duale was first elected to Parliament in 2007 as a Member of Parliament for Duji's constituency. He served as an Assistant Minister for Livestock from 2008 to 2011 in the Grand Coalition government and played a leadership role in the Yes campaign in the northeastern part of Kenya, and which led to the promulgation of the Constitution 2010. In 2013, he was elected Member of Parliament for Garissa Township and was appointed a pioneer leader of majority in the National Assembly under the 2010 Constitution, a position he held up until 2020. As leader of majority, he oversaw the passage of over 200 bills and more than 500 motions, and served as the principal liaison between the executive and the legislature. In 2022, he was deeply involved in the founding of the United Democratic Alliance, UDA, and was re-elected to Parliament for the 4th term on the UDA ticket. He was appointed Cabinet Secretary for Defense in October 2022, a position he held until 2024. Following the subsequent cabinet reshuffle, he served as Cabinet Secretary for Environment, and in March 2025, he was appointed Cabinet Secretary for Health, a position he holds to this date. A senior legislator and national leader, Honorable Duale has served 4 terms in Parliament across 4 political parties and is recognized for his institutional leadership, legislative experience, and commitment to public service and constitutional governance. Karibu, Honorable Duale.
Honorable members, thank you, Deputy Speaker. The chair of this session is Rachel Nyamae. And Honorable Duale, take the podium. Once the minister finishes his presentation, we'll give Dr. Nyikal 3, 4, 5 minutes at the very most if he has anything to say. Then we'll go the same way of asking questions for the minister to answer. Rounds of 10, 10, 10 until we finish with him, then we break for lunch. Minister Karibu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, the leadership of the House, honorable chairpersons of committees, distinguished members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a distinct honor first for me to stand before this august house today, and I do it so with a very profound sense of gratitude. The journey to transform Kenya's health care system has been long and tedious, but it's a journey we have walked together. This house has been the bedrock of that transformation. Without your legislative wisdom, your oversight, and your bipartisan support, the milestone we celebrate today could remain mere aspiration. And for that, Honorable Speaker, I want to say asanteni sana, and we are happy that you stood with us. Honorable members, our mandate basically is anchored in the better agenda, the bottom-up economic transformation. When this administration took office, we made a very solemn vow that healthcare will no longer be a privilege for the few who can afford it, but a constitutional right for every Kenyan, as it is enshrined in Article 43. Health is not just a social service, it is a key economic pillar. And I say that with conviction that a healthy nation is a productive nation. We committed to shifting the paradigm shift from curative to preventive care, and from catastrophic out-of-pocket expenditure to social insurance model that leaves no one behind. To realize this, Honorable Speaker, this House undertook a historic legislative marathon. You debated, you refined, and you enacted 4 crucial laws that now form the legal spine of our healthcare system. And that is the Social Health Insurance Act of 2023 that established SHA and replaced NHIF, the Digital Health Act of 2023 that created the Digital Super Highway for Health Data, and the Primary Health Care Act of 2023 that operationalized the hub and the spoke model and the community health promoters. And finally, more importantly, the Facility Improvement Financing Act of 2023 that ensured funds raised in hospitals stay in hospitals. Honorable Speaker, let us be very honest about where we came from. Prior to these reforms of this administration, our systems was ailing. We had a very fragmented financing model where NHIF paid out more in fraudulent claims than it collected in legitimate premiums. We had no visibility of the patient data. We had no visibility of the patient records. And patient records were paper-based. Making portability was impossible. When I first stood before the ministry during my maiden speech on 1st of April 2025, the situation was critical. We were 6 months into the Taifa Care rollout, facing public scrutiny and systemic roadblock. I told the country then that, and I was given a name that I am a bulldozer, and that was for the right reason, to clear the way for universal health coverage, but to crush the bureaucracy and to build a system that works. Today, I return to report to the people's representative how that ground has been cleared, what we are building upon it. And I want to start with the first pillar, the pillar of sustainable health financing. I wish to begin with that pillar and the transition from NHIF to Social Health Authority is the engine of our reform as an administration and a country. The numbers tell a story of unprecedented success and stability. As of 26 January 2026, we have registered 29 million Kenyans into the Social Health Authority. This mass registration has translated into tangible financial health for our system. We have collected 130.4 billion in contribution. And critically, we have disbursed over 93.4 billion to healthcare providers, both in public, in private, in faith-based, and in our national referral hospitals. Contrary to the inefficiency of the past, we are making great strides in settling all verified, validated claims. Currently, we have achieved an average claim settlement rate of 73% across the board. This means that money is flowing to our hospitals, ensuring that facilities remain stocked and operational. Honorable Speaker, as I say that, I want members to be cognizant of the Schedule 4 of the Constitution, that health is a shared responsibility, that health is a devolved function. A key component of this financing model was the realization through this House of the free primary health care, which has never happened in our country before. We are currently rolling out service charter to primary health facilities across all the 47 counties. And we are doing this from last week. The primary health care facilities, level 2 and level 3, as the dispensary and the health center, but they are forced to co-pay. It's supposed to be walk in and walk out. So we have created now a charter, a green label charter, which we are going to fix, and we have started with the Bomet last week. We will fix it in every level 2 and level 3 public, private, and faith-based health facilities. This charter, and I want to highlight that Bomet Health Center, which has the distinction of being the first facility to successfully roll out this charter. This charter is our promise to the people that at level 2 and 3 facilities, a Kenyan citizen should be able to walk in and walk out as an outpatient without paying a single shilling. We have already seen 800 million Kenyans have accessed services at the primary health care fund, proving that when financial barriers are removed, our people will seek care early, preventing complications and saving lives. To ensure that this safety net covers everyone, including Mama Mboga and border riders. Honorable Speaker, in June of 2025, during Madaraka Day in Homa Bay, President Ruto launched the Lipa SHA Pole Pole initiative. We understood that the informality of our economy requires flexibility. This innovative payment model allows Kenyans in the informal sector to make a small, manageable contribution towards their health cover rather than a lump sum. This has democratized access to insurance, ensuring that economic status is no longer a barrier to quality health care. We are currently having over 410,011 active payers utilizing this SHA Lipa Pole Pole. And so far they have contributed over 1.4 billion, a clear indication that Kenyans are willing to pay for their health when given a dignified option. We also committed, Honorable Speaker and members, to ensuring that the most vulnerable among us are not left behind. The national government is currently sponsoring over 558,000 indigent households, picked from the social health protection data in all our villages and all our counties and constituencies. And those 558,000 indigent households are having the Social Health Insurance Fund premium cover. I must also commend a number of counties, and one of the best counties is Muranga County, which has set a gold standard by fully meeting its statutory obligation and sponsoring over 38,000 indigent households and remitting their full annual premium of the chief. And we asked more other counties, Makueni County, Kisumu County, most of our other counties are also preparing their list between 10,000 to 20,000 indigents so that they can pay for. Honorable Speaker, furthermore, through the through the national government, CDF, a number of members of parliament have paid for indigents from their constituencies. And you can see the list here. And there are more that we are going to post. And I have asked the CEO, Honorable Deputy Speaker, representing a number of our women rep, has also submitted the list. And I've asked the CEO of SHA to make a dedicated desk and staff to attend to members of parliament, starting tomorrow once this workshop is finished, so that the figure is known, the figure has been agreed, and is a flat figure, and we want in your constituencies to give us the list. If you tell us to pick it from the database, we will pick it from the database, social protection, but we want our members of parliament, and they have been doing it even before. But right now, because members are asking me, how do we do it? I have directed SHA, now that they have a skeleton staff, to dedicate a specific desk that, and even come to parliament. The clerk of the National Assembly, through the speaker, can even give us a room within parliament where the SHA members can be accessed by members of parliament. Members of parliament do not, even their offices, your staff can access our team in parliament, but we really want. We have collectively together, we are sponsoring partners and development and philanthropies are sponsoring close to 62,000, if I add with the ones of members of parliament. But I want to urge the honorable members to utilize the national government CDF to sponsor the indigents in your constituencies so that we mirror this success to ensure the universal coverage. Honorable members, for a long time, the overseas treatment scheme was a conduit for abuse between doctors in Kenya and hospitals in India and many other places, where cartels and these agents exploited the vulnerable patient and the public purse. That era is over under SHA. We have introduced a robust, transparent framework for overseas referrals that put the patient first and protect our resources. This new policy, Honorable Speaker, is anchored on a simple principle. SHA will only pay for overseas treatment if that procedure is not available locally. Because when you go to India, you are supposed to go with the whole family. It's more expensive for the family, and that is why we have to do a lot of harambe. And to enforce that procedure, I have appointed the Benefits Package and Tariffs Advisory Panel, a team of top experts who have vigorously assessed our local capacity. And I am pleased to report that the panel has successfully identified and listed only 36 medical interventions that are currently not available in Kenya. And these are the only conditions for which SHA will authorize treatment abroad. If you want to pay for yourself, it's okay. But under SHA, it must fall within the 36. The only conditions which the law allowed us. We have also introduced a very strict vetting protocols. Every referral is now subjected to a peer review by the claims office to ensure that the medical necessity is found. Honorable Speaker, we are also requiring that any overseas facility receiving a Kenyan patient must also formally empaneled and contracted by SHA. So you cannot go to India and walk to any hospital. The way we contract Aga Khan and Kenyatta Hospital, the facilities in the foreign nations must come and contract with SHA.
and we do it online. Honorable Speaker, we have capped the minimum payable amount for this overseas treatment to 500,000. This will ensure the sustainability while granting access to life-saving procedures. This new framework guarantees that we are not going to exporting our patients and also exporting our money to support healthcare system of other nations. And let me repeat it. We will not export our patients and our money to support healthcare systems in other countries. We must be candid. We must improve our healthcare system so that the money can remain here and support our health facilities. Our patients can be at home, and many members know during the COVID, we could not even return the bodies of our loved ones when they passed in India. Because in some countries, the only thing that happens is cremation. Many Kenyans, particularly of the Christian faith during COVID, they could not bring back their bodies. Airlines have refused. Countries have introduced protocols. So we must build Kenya. We must retain our patients here, treat them, and we must retain our money. Honorable Speaker and members, the transition from NHIF to SHA is not merely a change of logo. It's a fundamental restructuring of our national health insurer to ensure efficiency, integrity, and professionalism. We are building a new institution from the ground, and this requires a fresh, competent workforce. And I wish to be categorical. Recruitment into SHA is strictly based on merit, unlike the NHIF, unlike the defunct NHIF. There is no automatic transition. However, Honorable Speaker, we were guided by the courts. The former staff of NHIF went to court, and we were guided by the law and the courts that we must give priority to competent, qualified former NHIF staff. The days of nepotism and incompetency are behind us. Only those who prove their worth will serve the people of Kenya. And Honorable Speaker, to make the record straight, to date we have only recruited 144 staff members, representing 17% of the total approved establishment of 815 positions. The initial phase focused on securing the top leadership and the core leadership and the technical experts needed to operationalize the authority, including the CEO and the directors. We are now doing a massive recruitment drive for 425 senior officers in order to decentralize them to our counties. And this exercise has been highly competitive. We have received 17,434 applications, and we have, following vigorous shortlisting process, we have shortlisted 1,737. And Honorable Speaker, I want to categorically say the list that is circulating in the social media is a fake list, is not from SHA. And I am ready to present the truth. Yeah, there are people who doctored that list in terms of counties, in terms of tribes, for their own reasons. I have a full report before Parliament, and I'm ready to submit that. That list is fake. That list is meant. The people who could not say anything about SHA, they have looked for anything under the sun, and they have generated a fake list. And I am ready to appear before the Committee of even Cohesion and Integration. I think that committee still exists in the House. Yeah, I'm ready to appear before that committee and put everything on the table. But that thing which is going around is not from us. Honorable Speaker, let me go to the pillar number 2, comprehensive healthcare information digital superhighway. This superhighway has been the game changer in our history, where for the first time, visibility of our healthcare sector, all our 47 governors, the whole leadership of MOH, the president himself has a digital dashboard that he can follow what is going on in the health sector. And Honorable Speaker, if you allow us, we can give Parliament also a dashboard that can be put somewhere
You can see even the bed occupancy of Kenyatta Hospital. We have successfully, up to today, digitized and linked 10,277 transacting faith-based and private hospitals into one digital superhighway. We have specifically have 4,149 public facilities that are now fully digitized, because slowly we are training and we are digitizing them as we move along. And to support the Taifa Care system, we have delivered 30,087 digital devices, including the biometrics. And that's why you see, Honorable Speaker, under SHA, there's no card. It is your thumb. Particularly now we have finished level 5 and level 6 and level 4. So that's why the digital devices I'm talking about across the country. And this is to ensure that the most remote dispensary can transact data in real time. Honorable Speaker and members, this digitization is not just about efficiency, it's about the potent weapon against corruption. The era of manual claims, opaque processes allowed theft to thrive. And that's why you see in today's headline, the 11 billion shilling lost between October when SHA kicked off to April when I took over, the system did audit. And we found facilities were stealing because they were used to stealing from NHIF. And how do they steal? So that 11 billion is rejection. We have presented. So that 11 billion is rejection. We have presented to the committee. And I'll give you what are rejections. There are facilities in our country that have reported 100% of the mothers who came to deliver have gone through C-section. That is even against the WHO rule. The WHO rule, international accepted, is 10 to 15% of mothers who go to deliver in hospital will go through C-section. And I think the member for the vice chair of health committee, Honorable Pato, is here. When I went to Tharaka Nithi, one private hospital said 500 mothers came here, all of them delivered through C-section. If that happens, it's against the law. The former chair of health committee, Honorable Sabina, is looking at me. SHA will not pay. Secondly, we have hospitals who are saying they want to be paid for maternity and they are not providing two very important documents. The first document is the claim form. Claim form is in the law that you have passed. And even you, when you go to your doctor, a claim form, a legal document, is filled by 3 people. The patient must fill. You have seen your doctor or your nurse after they take the normal thing they tell you fill. Then the doctor fills. Then the hospital administrator fills. A situation where we find, SHA finds that claim forms are filled by one person, one handwriting, one pen. That is a rejection and we will not pay. It's part of the 11 billion. Thirdly, there are people who are submitting that maternity delivery has taken place in a facility. And any healthcare worker listening to me will know that when a baby is born in a facility, and there are doctors in this August house, there must be a very important document called birth notification. If you submit claim forms for maternity and there's no birth notification, how are we sure that a child was born? That is a rejection. We will not pay. It's part of the 11 billion that you saw today the nation has carried. Finally, the last one is when people make claims on surgery procedures that somebody has gone through the theater. There's something called theater notes. And you have seen, as the person is being taken to the theater, there is a file on top of the patient. That file carries the theater notes. So if you don't submit the theater notes to be part and parcel of your claims documents, how will SHA be sure to pay that claim and that procedure and surgery has taken place? I will tell you of something, even PhD, the primary health care facility, which is free outpatient. Now you know the system picks patterns. It's not human beings. These days there are no claim forms. You know, under NHIF, the claim and everything was done at the counties, by manual, by people. And they sit together. Now the system picks patterns. And this morning we have picked a pattern. Let me just add it. In fact, half of my team don't know. In primary health care, in one of our counties, we have picked, there's a patient who's accessing one of our dispensary or our health centers in that county, in that facility, 10 times a day. Yes. The how is the rejection. The how is the fraud. The how is the 11 billion that we have. We have just picked it. And we have said it, we will have a conversation with the governor of that county. Because he wants to get more capitation, so it creates, the facility creates ghost patients, and they go in the morning, they come lunchtime, they come, but they don't know that the system picks. We have one patient whose dependents' children were 381 in Duale County. In Duale County. And we are giving such patients, we are giving them to the DCI, and we want to, the DCI will ask, can you show us your 371 children? Because the system is speaking. It's not human beings. This system looks for patterns. It will even tell you how many surgeries have you done. Yeah, for dialysis, most Kenyans who go through dialysis, there are two, fully paid by SHA. There are some who go the third one, which they have to pay. If we see this patient going for 10 times dialysis, then that's not a dialysis patient. So the system has really, really helped us. This system, Honorable Speaker, has what we call AI-driven fraud engine. It's very active. It detects anomalies in real time. For instance, the system flagged the facilities claiming for procedures that they lack equipment to perform. We found one facility in a county where they told us level 3, they said they are doing C-section. So I walked into that facility and I asked, the governor said that facility cannot do C-section because there's no theater. So I told him, let's go to it. And when I went and we found the gentleman running the place, the first question I asked him is, take me to the theater, and he says, I have no theater. The second question I asked him, then, where are you doing these C-sections? Because you have claimed 65 C-sections in the last 2 months, which we have rejected, we have not paid him. So the engine really helped us. The engine also helped us inflating bills for patients who never walked through their doors. Following these system flags, Honorable Speaker, we have engaged the Director of Criminal Investigation to conduct deep investigation. I can confirm to this House, the DCI has so far concluded 24 files for 24 facilities implicated in fraud. Two of the former CEO of SHA are before court. A number of staff of SHA are before court. A number of owners of facilities are before court. 25 doctors, SHA has withdrawn their rights to access because the system picked a pattern of doctors in operating in 10 counties. The doctor is in Homa Bay, then he's in Kisii, then you'll find him in Garissa, then you'll find him in Malindi. So the system picked, and some of them were involved. So 22 doctors have been denied their access rights to the portal of SHA. They can go and treat somebody, but if they treat somebody, they cannot do it where the reimbursement of the patient is done. We have also denied rights to I think, close to 36 clinical officers who we found them in fraud. Files for facilities such as there was a facility called New Manyalo Nursing Home and Brimaxa Hospital. These have already been forwarded to the Director of Public Prosecution. Directors of these facilities have been arrested and charged, and we are not sparing, and I want to say that both the leadership of this House and the President have given us the support that we required. For us to achieve this, we must make bold decisions, hard decisions, and we must always work in the interest of the people. And Honorable Speaker and members, let me be very clear. Kenyan money will not be stolen. The digital system we have built is a fortress. It's like Fort Jesus. It will allow us to track every shilling from the moment a Kenyan contributes to the moment that shilling pays for either a pill, a medicine, or a procedure in a theater. If you attempt to steal from the sick, the system will catch you, and the government will prosecute you. That is the new order of the day. If you steal from our sick, the system will catch you, and the government of President Ruto will prosecute you. We have further secured, Honorable Speaker, digital sovereignty through our collaboration with the United States government through the data sharing agreement, which I have shared with Parliament. I am ready to defend it. That data sharing agreement, Honorable Speaker, is solid. It's done by our lawyers, and it even says where the laws of the two countries contradict, the Kenyan law supersedes. The people who have gone to court are the civil society and the NGOs who used to eat this money historical. The Kenyan patient, the HIV patient, the malaria patient is important. No system we have can function without hands that heal. And I want to thank this House for approving the budget that has stabilized our workforce. The first day I went to Afi House, I was welcomed by UHC staff demonstrating and doctors. This House has really helped me in approving a budget that has stabilized the workforce. Today we have posted our interns, we have transitioned our UHC staff to SRC rates, and by June this year, in the Division of Revenue Bill, we will transfer the whole resources to the equitable share so that our counties can now absorb them as permanent and pensionable. Honorable Speaker, I must speak especially about community heroes. Community helpers or tools. Today, they served with heart that they lacked the recognition. That changed in September of 2022 when Kenya took a bold step at a national event presided over by President Ruto. The government formally recognized and engaged 107 frontline community health promoters. These frontline workers, they are no longer volunteers, they are paid, they are equipped, and they are digitized. And come July, all the 107,000 will enjoy the social health insurance premium cover paid by chain for health products and technologies. We are reforming KEMSA into a very agile, transparent logistic entity that uses digital tracking to ensure the last mile of delivery of our medicines. We must ensure that a mother in a remote village has access to some life-saving drugs as a patient in the National Referral Hospital. Madam Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, we have introduced, I think, yesterday, we picked a pattern. The system has picked a pattern where 50,000 patients in a county referral hospital go through the compound is surrounded by a myriad of chemists and pharmacists. Go to referral, even go to Garissa County Referral. GH. I was there this weekend and I was asking, why are there so many cases? If the patient does not, because the system will know, if you don't dispense medicine to a patient, then SHA will not pay for any medicine you claim. Since SHA started, about 946,000 women have delivered through the SHA system. As a country, annually we are about 1.5. The director of medical services is here. And when we look at those 900 and plus women who delivered either through C-section or normal delivery, we have their names, we have their ID card numbers, we have their telephone numbers, we know their county, we know their constituency, we know the facility. That is how robust this digital system is. So to kill the story that there is no medicine in our health facilities, now if you don't give a Kenyan medicine, and you claim for it, then SHA will not pay you. Then what will you be forced? You'll be forced to give the Kenyan. And the Kenyan will know from the charter he was supposed to get medicine for free, particularly under PhD. So KEMSA, as of today, the reforms we have done, KEMSA has a refill rate of 91. April, they had only, in every 10 drugs required, in April of last year, KEMSA had only 5. Today, in every 10 essential drugs that you ask KEMSA, they will give you 9. And we want to take it to 10. And we want KEMSA to buy from the manufacturer so that we reduce the price of drug. The cost of care in our country, healthcare is very expensive, members. You must interrogate that. In a number of parliaments, 11th, 10th parliament, that discussion used to come. Why do we have one doctor charging you consultancy fee of 10,000 or 8,000, and you have another doctor charging you 2,000? There must be a standard. There is a standard among lawyers. There is a standard among engineers. There is a standard fee that architects can charge you. We must have, and I am sure I can see Professor Golicha looking at me, but sometimes we have to say it the way it is. We have to say it because we are defending the Kenyan patient. Honorable Speaker, Just to highlight, because it's a matter before court, the importance of the U.S. government, Kenya Health Collaboration. This partnership provides over $300 million annually in support of our HIV, malaria, and TB programs. As we move towards the sunset of some of this international support, and I want to thank this House, Kenya was the only country that was allowed to come and sign in State Department. We were the first country to sign globally. And we were the first country that were allowed to sign in Washington, D.C. And that's how important Kenya is a leader in the healthcare. And many countries want to learn the universal health coverage and SHA from us. And most of it is because of the loss that you have paid. 20 county for 6.1 billion, which the government has not paid for, is fee for service. You go to a hospital, go through a CT scan. That CT scan, SHA pay part to the hospital and part it will pay. You will find a private wing. Today, the number of referrals, very few Kenyans are referred to Kenyatta Hospital or Kenyatta University or MTRH or Jaramogi, because all our county hospitals now, majority of them have the latest equipment, dialysis machines, CT scans, mammograph. You'll find them in all our, reducing the burden. Kenyans used to die on the road. So when we talk about healthcare transformation with the support of our members, UHC is about ensuring that the quality of care received by a president is the same quality of care available to a peasant. To achieve this, we have entered into a strategic collaboration that are already bearing fruit. And I really want to ask my sisters who are in this room to listen to me. When I became the minister, that drug now is sold at 40,000. And that's why SHA is paying for the full treatment for our sisters and mothers who battle breast cancer. That drug cost was very prohibitive, and it was forcing families to hold fundraising or forgo treatment. Now under SHA, it's accessible at zero additional cost to the patient. We have also formalized our collaboration with Aga Khan University. I did a partnership with Aga Khan to allow SHA beneficiaries to access the specialized service like kidney transplant. You know what happened in Eldoret? And Honorable Speaker, I really want to indulge you today. An audit was done on what Medihill did in Eldoret. The way kidneys were harvested, the way foreigners were brought into our country. A good report was done. Illegally young people, without regard to safety and ethics that comes with it. So today a Kenyan of any status can walk to Aga Khan as long as he has a donor. Kidney transplant will be done at the cost of SHA, 1.2 million shilling paid for, pre and post. Aga Khan used to be a hospital of the rich. Today, if you go there under SHA, at the dialysis center, you'll find in Nairobi Hospital, Nairobi West, in Kenyatta, you'll find all that. There are many people who say SHA is not working. If it's not working, then how come 29 million people have registered? There are some of the people who are saying it's not working. They are very sad because their county is number 2 or number 3 in SHA registration. For example, Nyeri is number 3. Number 1 is Mombasa. Let's clap for Mombasa. Number 2 is Bomet. Number 3 is Nyeri. Number 4 is Kirinyaga. I can continue. But for our colleagues like me who come from the Asal, if I start naming the bottom, that is where we are, including my own county. And I have to say it. But we must clap for the counties. Elgeyo Marakwet, Kericho, among the top. Lamu, among the top. As small as it is. Honorable Speaker, we have also have an agreement with Nairobi Hospital, a historic collaboration for kidney transplant at SHA rate. Honorable Speaker, these collaborations translate to one simple reality. We are demonizing the walls between the rich man's hospital and the poor man's hospital. Under SHA, every Kenyan has a seat at the table of quality health care. Honorable Speaker, I now want to speak to key moral imperative. And I want our sisters to listen to me. And this is the health of our mothers and children. Every woman, every newborn, everywhere, agenda. And our rapid result initiative that we carried as a ministry last month showed that 26 of our counties have drastically reduced their maternal mortality rate and newborn child death. But we have 25 counties which are in the red. We are trying to make sure that those 25 counties, we have an engagement with them at the level of the presidency and the Council of Governors, and no mother, Honorable Speaker, no mother should die while bringing. We are not doing very well. We're losing a lot of mothers in our facilities. And I want us to clap for the people of Central Kenya. Central Kenya. And I want us to clap for the people from the former Central Kenya. Can you clap for them? The maternal mortality and new child born rates are very minimal. Those of us who come from Eastern, Western, Pastoralist, Nyanza, Coast, we have some work to do. And I am ready to lead from the front. I'll work with the leaders. That we are losing more mothers in those regions than any other part. Honorable Speaker, let me talk about the Kenyatta National Hospital, one of our world-class milestones. When I founded Kenyatta, And I'm happy to report today the chairman of the Kenyatta National Hospital, the former Secretary General of Kenya Red Cross, through his corporate network, today we are refurbishing 9 wards in Kenyatta at a cost of 270 million, paid for by the corporates, banks. He went to Equity. He went to KCB, he went to many other organizations, and today they are refurbishing at a cost. Today, Kenyatta National Hospital has established the state-of-the-art HLA lab for organ transplant matching, ending our reliance on expensive foreign laboratories. We are not sending now tests to South Africa or to the CDC Atlanta. Kenyatta National Hospital is doing a lot to our community. Record-breaking surgeries you watch in the news every day. Beyond our borders, we want to position Kenya as a leader in global health security. And we have formed the Kenya National Public Health Institute. We have expanded our laboratories and our emergency operations centers. We want to build a resilient system that can detect and respond to pandemics long before they reach our doorsteps. However, Honorable Speaker, these gains remain fragile without a very strong intergovernmental synergy. And I want to urge the National Assembly to ensure that health remains a whole of government priority. Health security is inseparable from the work of the Ministry of Interior, ICT, Education, National Treasury, and many others. Honorable Speaker, let me come now to the legislative agenda as I conclude. We laid the foundation and we have secured the standard of care. And I wish to bring to your attention that there is a bill before the House called the Quality of Health Care and Patient Safety Bill 2025. This bill is critical bill is already before the House. It went through first reading on the 14th of August 2025 and has been committed to our Departmental Committee on Health. This bill will guarantee the safety for every Kenyan patient. It establishes legal framework to ensure that the care paid for by SHA is care that cures, not care that harms. And I want to give an example. When there are 2 mothers, pregnant mothers sharing a bed, that is not care. Do we agree? When we have a mother or a patient, even male, on the floor of a hospital, that is not care. Particularly in a cold place like Nyandarua. Do you know, have you asked yourself why there are no more Kenyans sharing beds? Do you know what we have done in the system? Every hospital, in their license, they have their bed capacity. So if your hospital has 50, we will not allow you to admit more than 50. 2, in the old NHIF, the 2 mothers who are sharing the bed and the one on the floor, both the 3 of them were paid by NHIF. So they were making money. Now we have said, and we watch the bed occupancy. If I had the Digital Health Agency CEO, we could have shown you, a good example, Kenyatta Hospital. Kenyatta Hospital ideally is supposed to have a bed occupancy of 1,800. But Kenyatta was admitting 2,200, extra 400. Today, if you go to Kenyatta, you will not find 2 mothers sharing a bed. But what I am doing is the system and administrative. I really want you to do that in legislation. We define care in that bill. A care of a patient, the dignity of the patient, the safety of the patient, the ethical standards of the patient are all defined in that bill. I really want to ask Honorable Speaker and members and our committee to fast track that bill in the first quarter of this year. It will really help us help our patients. Then we have a number of other bills that are in Parliament. The Health Act Amendment, the Public Health Act, the Tobacco Control Act, the Cancer Prevention and Control Act, the Food, Drugs and Chemical Substance Act, the Pharmacy. All these are amendments. They will really help us if they are fast-tracked. Honorable Speaker, finally, to sustain this momentum, we require your budgetary support to clear the pending claims and ensure that seamless operations of free primary health care. We urgently require, we have already told the National Treasury, they have committed to us, but the Leader of Majority and the Chair of Budget can help us, them to release the 5.9 exchequer release so that we can pay facilities for the month of October, November, and December in the primary health care, in the dispensaries, and in the health centers. But they have said they will pay before the end of this week. We also wanted the projection deficit of the PHC, and the Chair of Budget is aware, is about 11.9 billion, and we want it to be factored in between now and June. We want it to be factored in the supplementary budget. When we were looking at the maternity package, we realized the people who design SHA and UHC, they have left a very component. There are places where our mothers deliver in health centers. They deliver even in dispensaries. And sub-county or level 4 hospitals are very far from them. And after that discussion, and we did a paper, the summit chaired by the President, the Council of Governors, we have agreed now our mothers, because we want to reduce the maternal mortality, maternal and child mortality rate. We have asked now to be given more resources of 2 billion so that our mothers can now deliver in health centers and in some dispensaries in some of our constituencies. Honorable Speaker, and this is just to save our mothers and our newborns. Honorable Speaker, I come with the very senior members of my ministry. If you allow me, PS Oluga is busy chairing. I left him in Nairobi to chair another workshop. I have PS Mary Mudoni of public health and professional standards. I have the first Director General under the new Constitution of Health, Dr. Amoth, Dr. Masi Mwangangi, CEO, SHA, one of my directors from KEMSA operations, and then Terry Rotich, who's the head of legal in SHA. I think those are the ones. Yeah, I have another team, the gentleman at the far end, the two gentlemen are two directors with Social Health Authority. Honorable Speaker, just to conclude, the state of our health care in our country is transforming. We have moved from a deficit-ridden NHIF to a more surplus-generating SHA. We have moved from a paper files to digital superhighway. We have moved from volunteers to paid community health promoters. This transition is unprecedented. It is working. It's what President Ruto and his administration have promised, and I request your continued support as we anchor these gains in law and practice. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and members. God bless you, and I'm ready to answer. Just to, in case members have issues with the headline of today, on the headline, the 11 billion are the rejections I've told you. Those are money lost in the sense that they have claimed, we have found them, they are remitting, some of them are going to court, some of them have agreed to return back our money, and we have not finished. We have, I don't want to, you know, there are some things that belong to the criminal justice system. I don't want to speak for. I have the whole list. The biggest junk is the private hospitals, followed by the county hospitals, followed by the National Referral Hospital, including Kenyatta, MTRH. The lowest is with the faith-based hospitals. We have the names, we can publish. There are rejections. They claimed for services they have not offered. And they have done all that I was telling you. And I am sure that many people, including those who are criticizing me, some of them, this morning they sent me a text message and they said those people must be prosecuted and they must return the money. You cannot eat the money that belongs to a patient in Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Waziri. Honorable members, you've heard the minister is with his team, Rachel. We're doing 10-10. Yes, yeah? Oh, Dr. Nyikal first. Lower your hands. We promise to give Dr. Nyikal 3 minutes.
Nikal, just 1 minute. Honorable members, for those who walked in and out, let us first of all give a round of applause to the Honorable Duale. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Duale has done very well. In terms of making a presentation, we can tell when a presentation is good. And we are so proud that he is from this house. And it makes a difference when someone who has the experience that is required gives such a presentation. We appreciate. He has taken us through the journey that the transformation. He has given us the role, the pivotal role of Parliament in legislation and way forward and what assistance that he needs. He has given us a comparison of what happened in NHIF and what is happening in SHA, including the numbers, including registration, the depth, including the amount of money that is being paid in and out, the role of national government and the counties in health, and the complications therein and what support that he needs. Honorable Speaker, he has also given us assurance that it is not about your economic power that will make a decision on your access to health. These are the kind of presentations, Honorable Speaker, that we want. Mr. Speaker, he has given us this House assurance that we are not going to export our patients and also export our money. The measures he has put in place, we like that. Thank you. And now I'm going to give a chance to Dr. Nyikal. Welcome, Dr. Nyikal.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all appreciate the Cabinet Secretary for the presentation. I'll not say much because this today is the presentation of the Cabinet Secretary to the House. So the members will deal with that. Most of the issues he has raised, we have actually discussed with him in the committee. We have had interactions, some of which you have seen on TV, and these are the results. They just I'll just make very few comments. One, there are some issues he has raised that we'll still have to look up with them as a committee. So I don't expect to say much on them. We'll have opportunity as a committee to call the team and have that. But the only ones I want to say that are really important is the issue of registration and payment of premium, which is a gap of 29 million and 4 million. It has issues. The issue of county and national government coordination, and that is what affecting KEMSA not getting drugs there because drugs are being bought at the county and they are not paying KEMSA. So that is something we will discuss with them. The issue of primary care fund, which we actually gave this time, and that has to be used at the county level, in level 2 and level 3, where he actually we agreed as a committee that women do deliver there, they should be paid. So we look at that. Then the issue of human resource transition, the one of NHIF to SHA, is again something we'll sit down and look at. The issue of UHC staff and interns and Global Fund, I must congratulate the budget committee, Chair Atandi. As a committee, we managed to put some money there, and for the primary care, we are also going to put money so that women can deliver in level 2 and 3. And the other issue of the bills, those ones we are actually taking on. We have those bills, some we're already looking at. But the biggest one I want to talk about is the benefit package and the cost of care. We have a benefit package in the country, but we don't have a cost of care. So how can you have a package if you do not know its cost? So I know they're working on that. They have put up a team. We'll work with them to have the cost of care so that one surgery has a cost wherever you go. And I think when we do that, we should be able to get more done. It is its day today, and members of the assembly, so I'll leave it there, because we'll also be taking some notes on what the members say that needs to be done, that we can follow up with him. Thank you, members.
Rachel, take the first 10.
The Honorable Shabir, the Honorable Mother Wangari, number 2, the Honorable Elemengit, can I just do this side? Okay. The Honorable Makali Mulu, the Honorable Member for Kinangop. We wanted 10 here, 10 here, 10. Is that okay? The Honorable Member for Kitui Rural, and that one is the nominated member UDA at the end. How many are those? I started with Shakil. I went to Wangari. I went to Makalimulu. I went to the member for Kinangop. I went to the member for Kitui Rural. I went to Mudhoni and Charles CNN. How many are those? We can get another 3 here. We can start with the nominated member. Can we go to this member? Odipo. And the 10th one, the member for Nairobi. 10, Honorable Speaker. So when we start again, we'll come this way and then that way.
Okay, number 1.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Bwana Duale, Waziri, we have known each other to 2007, and I've had a great faith in what you do, and what you said today, you have convinced me. Mr. Speaker, I want to stand testament today. I put nearly 10 million in NHIF last year. That was lost, but my constant, and Waziri, thank you, and Mercy, thank you. We went and recouped 2.4 million. And that money, sir, is now giving 2,300 applicants, indigents, for 2 months SHA. Next week, I promised her I'm coming with 6 million. Now, Mr. Chair, Bwana Speaker, I don't have to say this, but I have been diagnosed with a little bit of cancer. So when I went to do my PET scan, I gave my insurance card. They said, no, SHA will pay. I said, they will never pay. SHA paid. The other day I went to take some medicine, 100,000. I went to take some medicine from Nairobi Hospital. I gave my insurance card. They came back and gave it to me and said, SHA has paid. So today, Bwana Duale, whatever others say, for me, it is working. Asante sana.
Number 2.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And Waziri, Mr. Speaker, unlike what we had in the morning, at least this CS had prepared, had done some homework for his presentation to the honorable members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, I am also very glad that the trust deficit in SHA has substantially reduced. But my question, so that I save time, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of incentivized surgeries. The reason Waziri unasema mambo ya CSS in a hospital is because CSS are paid better and so many more times than normal deliveries. Mr. Speaker, we may not deal with the money, but what this is doing to the women of this country. You go pregnant, you're due to give birth. You're told your child is in distress and your cervix is not opening. They don't even try to induce. You are taken to theater and you're cut open. So, because they are paid better. So, Waziri, how do we disincentivize the issue of surgeries? Because we cannot keep doing this to the population of this country. We are opening up women who can easily give birth normally without going to the theater.
Thank you.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, allow me, because I've not asked any question in this plenary, allow me finally. The issue of doctors and complaints. KMPDU covers their doctors. I have, in the last 3 months, dealt with mothers who have removed fibroids but have been left cotton wool. I don't know what has been left in their stomachs, Mr. Speaker. And lodging a complaint is actually impossible because the KMPD will cover their own. How do we deal with the code of conduct and the criminal negligence of doctors at that level, Mr. Speaker? Because Kenyans are dying and they have nowhere to go for redress. Issue of alcoholism, how do you deal with that in our doctors, Mr. Speaker? Because there is a problem. I would want to hear your response. Thank you very much.
Lele Mengit.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, I want to appreciate Waziri Duale for his perfect presentation. I also want to appreciate what SHA has done. Recently, Honorable Speaker, about a week ago, there is a mzee who is about 96 years old. He had been blind for the last 4 years. And when I visited him, I assessed the situation and he accepted to go for an eye checkup. And it was just a simple issue of eye cataract. And it was removed. The mzee is now seeing. He's been blind for 4 years, and it was fully paid by SHA. Now, my question is, Honorable CS, while we appreciate the government for paying for kidney dialysis, we know patients suffering from kidney issues are close to 10 to 15% in this country. While we appreciate that SHA is paying up to maximum of 11,000 shillings per session across the country, we still have a challenge in settling claims. We have small startups, local companies in this country or hospitals whose claims have not been paid for almost the last 3 months. For example, Oak Tree Center, Kidney Center in Eldoret, Honorable CS, what are you doing so that you can prioritize these startups who are dealing with these issues so that their businesses cannot close down? Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Makale Mulu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I want to join my colleagues in appreciating the presentation. Honorable Speaker, one of the highlights of the presentation which I picked is the issue of consultants charging different rates. And I think to me that is very important that that figure is harmonized. But my question, Honorable Speaker, is on the distribution of medical equipment. I would want to hear from the CS what criteria has been used to distribute this medical equipment, Honorable Speaker. Because, Honorable Speaker, my own county where I come from, we realize that very basic things cannot be done because that equipment is not there. So is it based on needs assessment or how is it done? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Kinango, is that Kwenya?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity, and I join my colleagues in applauding the Minister for his beautiful presentation. But on it, Mr. Speaker, I want to know what the ministry is doing, and actually it has been mentioned but not in depth, in terms of harmonization of charges, especially that are being charged by the private hospitals. You realize service like dialysis is being charged at about 11,000 in public hospitals, and that is what SHA is paying for. But private hospitals are charging to the tune of close to 200,000, and I have evidence to that case because my dad is doing dialysis at the moment. What is the ministry doing to make sure that those exorbitant charges by private hospitals is dealt with and with finality? Thank you.
Kitui Rural.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Duale, my friend. I always have a lot of confidence in you. When you are presenting, you talked about the 11 billion, how you are trying to recover that money. But I wanted to hear more on what systems are you putting in place so that this kind of debt is not going to occur again. Because this is money which is supposed to be used to buy drugs and other facilities in the health centers. Thank you very much.
Next, Mudhone Marubu. Is it Mudhone? No, Mudhone nominated. Ikiara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I too join my colleagues to thank the CS for coming when he is very well prepared for this session. We laud him for that. Honorable Speaker, my question is, what measures, Wasiri, as your ministry put in place to protect Kenyans from counterfeit medicine? More so, especially those who have chronic illnesses like diabetes, blood pressure. Honorable Speaker, I'm asking this in reference because I am a victim. When I go buying my medicine from the pharmacy, at times I have encountered a case where I bought counterfeit medicine, which when I take it, it does not work at all. What is the ministry doing to protect Kenyans who are not aware like me so that they don't take counterfeit medicine, which is not working? Thank you.
Nguna.
Thank you, CS, for awesome presentation. We are fully satisfied with what you've done so far. And again, congratulations. Since you took over SHA, it is now working. I have witnessed because I've had several patients there. Congratulations for that. My question is, how many health facilities involved in the fake claims have you shut down so far?
Kipchumba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to first of all declare that I am a health advocate. I've worked with the Ministry of Health in the Vaccine Preventable Diseases campaign. I've been awarded the UN Person of the Year in 2015, fighting and kicking polio out of Kenya and Africa. It has been great. SHA, like the previous program, NHIF, and other health insurances, very little is given to therapies. There's limited package to support long-term conditions. And this in particular, children that have disorders of cerebral palsy, spina bifida, hydrocephalus, and other conditions, and it's lifelong. What is SHA doing to include the essential drugs, medication, in supporting these children or persons? They have to live with the drugs forever, and they can't afford them. And most of these, especially anticonvulsants and epilepsy medication, are very expensive. What is SHA doing to expand the essential benefits package to fully cover therapies, especially physiotherapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, orthopedic therapy, assistive devices, and lifelong neurological medications. Thank you.
Odipo Kwame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I have to congratulate our CS. His explanation was quite satisfactory. My first question to CS.
First question is only one.
Okay.
So just ask one question.
It is one. Now, the lowest contributors in terms of payment do claim that when they go for treatment, they are told they must top up their contribution to cover a full year before they are attended to. I wanted you to tell me if this is what is expected. And do they, or do you cover all kind of treatments? And in particular, I wanted to know whether X-ray is covered, because they also say when it comes to X-ray, they have to pay for that outside the SHA system. And you mentioned something, Minister, regarding the medicine, which many hospitals, especially the county hospitals, they do not provide medicine. The problem you have there, you have explained very well, and your intention and what you do. But my concern is, what is happening to these patients if they don't get medicine? Do we just say bad luck, or is there any provision that they can follow to get the medicine they require? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank the CS, to thank his team, Marcy and the team. CS, I was in Kenyatta on Sunday, and I want to thank you and thank Lisiampe. They have done their best, but I realized that because Mbagathi is not functioning and Mama Lucy, you find that we have 100 mothers now delivering a day at Kenyatta. And so my biggest worry now, which is across the country, is how do we ensure to have accountability? First of all, we ensure that newborns are also covered with SHA. Because you cover the mothers, yes, but the newborns, the postnatal, is something we need to look at as also going through and trying to push the hospitals to ensure stillbirth and newborn deaths are really recorded so that we know. And so for me, my proposal will be, in terms of just Kenyatta, is it possible to talk to the president so that these social corporate programs we do under affordable housing, they can just go and do some repairs in terms of their ceilings, in terms of their cupboards, and many other places that I felt it's really struggling. Thank you.
We have done those 11. Minister, because these are very short questions, let's take another 10 so that we answer all of them. This side.
Thank you.
Hold. Rachel, hold. The CS prefers that he runs through these ones very quickly before we take. Tutaanza na wewe Osoro, so don't grumble. And this side, don't raise your hands. Rachel said she'll deal with the sender first. Then we'll come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, since I left Parliament and this difficult job, I'm aging. So I didn't want my memory. Honorable Speaker, first I want to thank members for the good comments, and I share that with my colleagues, those who are present and those who are not here, because we work as a team. So it is me and all my whole team that, you know that even there's even somebody who is sitting here making sure that the slides move. It's part of the team. So thank you very much. Honorable Wangari, there's some questions I'll give to the DG briefly and Mercy. Particularly, Honorable Wangari's question, that because of monetary value, because C-section is complicated fast, it's a surgery, it's a theater, it's 30,000 reimbursement, but normal delivery is 10. And because of greed, it's a social problem. Somebody wants to force a mother to a C-section when she can do normal delivery. But because he's looking at the difference of the 20,000. So even though we are developing something called scope of practice, I want the DG, and Mercy is the doctor, and DG to tell us what do we do, what do we need from Parliament to enforce that we stay within the range of the 10 to 15% of WHO.
Isn't it also an ethical issue?
No, it is, but I think we can do something. The system, Honorable. Two, I think also, I agree with you. Just like the wider society, we have doctors who go to theater when they are drunk. And that's why we are going to pick with the regulator to make sure that we enforce discipline. And I think the system now talks to Kenyans, so Kenyans must help us identify quacks in discipline. You know, patients must also be talking to us. Then on the issue of alcoholism, Mercy, you'll tell us what are the package within the whole range of mental health. What does SHA provide? My honorable from Emma Gwen on the dialysis. Yeah, the dialysis are mainly 2 sessions, but sometimes there are people who do 3. The 2 are fully covered by SHA. But because you have asked me, that facility in Eldoret, I went to Eldoret, I met the stakeholders, SHA was there, we explained to them. Now tell that facility, the owner, next week Monday, to come. We have got a clinic desk at SHA. Every day we will explain to her why we are not paying her. If her money is part of the 11 billion rejection, we will not pay her. Even if she calls the president. Forget about calling her member of parliament. Because we must protect people's money. But we will listen to her. We don't want, and that's why, Honorable Speaker, we're paying NHIF. We don't want also our facilities to collapse. But I think we spoke to that particular facility in Eldoret when I was there. Honorable Makali, my old colleague, consultant rates, I agree. And I think we'll bring a policy or a bill to Parliament for Parliament to discuss. And we'll also take it to the stakeholders, our healthcare workers. But on the medical equipment, it lies with your county governor. First, all the 45 counties have signed for equipment. Intergovernmental partnership agreement. Nairobi County and Kiambu County refused to sign. But I want to report that I think Nairobi County now has signed, and even Kiambu County wants to sign. Then after they sign, they make a request for their facilities. So Kitui County, I agree with you, there are some counties, their uptake of equipment, basic equipment for their people is very slow. I can give we need to clap for Kirinyaga and Wajir and even Bungoma, where the speaker comes from, Kakamega, PGH, the governor has put 2 CT scans in PGH Kakamega because of the number of people. Let's clap also for the governor of Kisumu, a very progressive governor, Governor Nyang' Nyong and Governor Mombasa. So, Honorable Makali, the problem is I'll talk to the governor on your behalf to make the request, but please send me the facilities myself. Our honorable member from Kenangop, I agree with you. And the DG must give me and Mercy. There is no way we can have one facility private charging 200,000. Yeah, but the same Aga Khan, the SHA patient, the normal patient SHA, go and pay the SHA patient. But you know, because let's say, for example, me and you and the speaker, because we have another medical cover, so they overcharge us. So you should tell them, charge the SHA as a first point. Yes, the 11,000. But I agree with you, we will make. There's no way we can have two sets of payment in this country for dialysis. We will. And please support me when you are also in the talking to our people, say, let us use one healthcare. So 200,000, 11,000. I mean, that is a theft. And poison boat. And you must have seen people making noise in the media. I stood firm. Two, and this is going to affect you. We will not allow drugs that are supposed to be dispensed by a doctor to be bought at the counter. The way me and you and our families call a chemist and ask for augmentin, and then you talk to a boda ride around there and brings you, that will stop. That will stop. Even when you go to Europe on trips, do you buy on the counter? They tell you no. Even if it's on your phone, they refuse. So because sometimes you are given the wrong drug. Honorable CNN, Nguna, SHA is working. We have so far closed 1,118. And we are keeping on closing more. Because some of them, they call themselves level 4, they're in a very dingy place. If you look at the theater, it looks like a slaughterhouse. And please help me in your constituencies. Ukiona kitu haikai vizuri kama hospitali, just get me the name. We'll ask the regulator, we'll ask SHA. First, if SHA will not pay, if we lock them from the portal, they will not survive. Most of these funny facilities have been created to siphon money from the insurer. Honorable Kipchumba, your question I think is valid. I'll ask the DG to answer. And Mercy on the epileptics, the long time conditions of our children. Honorable Depot, the tallest man in parliament. You know, that's what we used to say, the speaker, in the last parliament. Please don't allow first top up in the primary health care. And now we have put a charter, a green charter. Written walk in, walk out. And we should clap for Governor of Nairobi. He has done that. Without us, he has put a big banner, walk in, walk out. I don't know whether the members of parliament from Machakos are here. Please help me. I always talk to Honorable Wavinya. Yeah, the Machakos Level 5 hospital requires some critical equipment, and her people are not requesting. But at long last, I have pushed them. They have requested for a CT scan. We want them to request for the dialysis to help our people. Yeah, and the ones in Kangundo and all those. Help us. Yeah. 1 month, you pay very little money, you go to a facility, and then you incur 1 million shilling. If we allow, you walk away, you walk out, and then they go to their facilities, then the facilities will claim a lot of money. It's a whole thing. So, Honorable Depot, we are looking. Honorable Alacha, I agree with you. You know, when there's a Kenyatta National Hospital or Kenyatta University is supposed to be a referral hospital. It's supposed to deal with complications even in maternal. When a mother in Pumwani, the doctors are overpowered, then they send to more experienced consultants in Kenyatta. But you know, we had a number of industrial disputes in Nairobi. We are overwhelmed. And I've already told the president that we can use affordable housing to build more wards in Kenyatta and expand Kenyatta. And part of it is even how we can work with the police and take the police hospital along Bagadi Road to be part of Kenyatta so that we can help people. I think, Mr. Speaker, give me 1 minute.
Yes. Kitui Roll, can you rephrase your question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And I thought my question was very simple. I was referring to 11 billion, which
oh, yes,
which is reported to have got lost. And my concern is, what system are you putting in place to make sure this kind of theft does not happen again?
Honorable, let me tell you, this 11 billion was stolen when the system was young and there was a transition period from October 2024 to around June last year, July. People went to the system, but they didn't know that the system will do an audit later. As of today, 28th, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the graph of the claims versus the revenue collection, during that time, the claims was 10 billion, the revenue collection was 5 billion. As of last night, the revenue collection is more. The claim is less than even 5B. Because the system detects. In fact, if you...
Honorable members, Cabinet Secretary, cesarean section is the most performed intraabdominal surgery worldwide. And the rates of cesarean section have been increasing from the 90s when it was 6% globally to 2018 when it was about 18%. Our national cesarean section rate as a country is currently 19%. It is projected that by women going to deliver will be delivered through cesarean section. That will be a whopping 38 million women undergoing the procedure. Cesarean section is also a complex surgery requiring various steps in terms of preoperative preparation, intraoperative steps and postoperative steps. Therefore, what SHA is...
My mother, who died last year, gave birth to 15 children, none in hospital.
Steps. There Therefore, what SHA is.
My mother, who died last year, gave birth to 15 children, none in hospital. All at home. And there are many women like that. What we are lacking now are those midwives. And then the unethical behavior of doctors. What are you doing about it? Because one, give hospitals that deal with deliveries, midwives, properly trained to help. Mama akisema, wow, sukuma, sukuma, you know, mpaka mtoto atoke. Yeah? Lakini siku hizi hakuna wa kusema sukuma, wanasema tu peleka theater, pasua kwa mtoto. We want to go back to sukuma.
Honorable Speaker. I hear you, and what we are doing as and therefore that way we can be able to deal with it hospital by hospital, individual practitioner by individual practitioner. Then in terms of rehabilitation services, I want to thank Honorable Kipchumba. He was our polio ambassador. He helped us very much to be able to kick wild polio out of Africa during a very difficult time, the COVID-19 pandemic. We are revising the benefits package, as Waziri has said, and visions that we are looking at. Thank you.
Mercy.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members and Honorable Minister. I will answer a set of questions. In terms of our cesarean section, in 2 weeks' time, SHA shall introduce what we call clinical pathways for AI validation. It means when a mother comes in, we have collected data now, NHIF data and SHA data. We shall be able to read the case notes and determine whether that was a valid cesarean section or not. The current data that we have right now shows us a hospital in Tharakanithi that has a 97% cesarean section. It means every mother who walks in, 97% of them have undergone cesarean section. So this AI fraud engine will be introduced. Coming into, Mheshimiwa confirms it is true. Now, coming to the second issue on dialysis, to date, SHA has served 16,000 Kenyans for dialysis. 16,000 Kenyans have received dialysis services. Our SHA contract mandates that SHA should pay dialysis claims and all other claims within 90 days. When I look at the system, which I have here, dialysis facilities who have verified claims are up to date to end of November. They have not been paid for December, and neither have they been paid for January, but those payments will be made in the coming week. And those total to 1.2 billion Kenya shillings. When we look at SHA Lipa Pole Pole, 564,416 Kenyans have enrolled in the SHA Lipa Pole Pole program. I repeat, 564,416 Kenyans. To date, SHA has collected 1.4 billion from these Kenyans under SHA Lipa Pole Pole. And so this program, this insurance premium financing is working, and we will require your support, Honorable Speaker and members, to educate our public on how to utilize SHA Lipa Pole Pole. Concerning how does it work? Okay, thank you. Let me expound on how it works.
Don't respond to illegal questions. Answer the questions that were asked.
I stand guided, Honorable Speaker. Let me get to the next set of questions until I'm guided. Honorable Kipchumba has asked about cerebral palsy. Cerebral palsy is what we call a neurodevelopment disorder, along with many other neurodevelopment disorders, including autism. And how SHA, the benefit package, has been designed is that mothers or children who suffer from these neurodegenerative disorders can access services on outpatient basis in a level 2, 3, 4. When this child requires an inpatient service, they will be admitted and the daily bed rebate will kick in. If you look at our gazetted tariffs, we've actually put in place the assistive devices. However, we do need to ensure that we have enough budget to be able to actually facilitate the payment of assistive devices. So we will be coming back to the House to seek that extra budget that allows us to chairs, physiotherapy, speech therapy, etc. services available for this population. In terms of X-ray, it is true, Honorable Member Adipo did note that X-ray is not paid by SHA as a separate service. SHA pays for MRIs at 11,000, SHA pays for CT scans at 6,900. For the X-ray facility, we have bundled it into outpatient care and also inpatient care. So there is no standalone service of X-ray. It is bundled into the packages that we have. In terms of outpatient care for mental health, alcohol disorders, psychosocial disorders, this is how we've programmed the package. A Kenyan can access services at a level 2, 3, and 4, but if they require admission, and that their admission does not require a rehab package, then they can stay in a mental health facility for up to 2 weeks, and SHA will do that reimbursement. Now, if they require services that touch on alcoholic disorder, which requires more therapy, we've introduced a package of 67,000 that then the facility can claim, and that patient has what we call per diem days for 45 days to stay. It covers way better than NHIF did for particularly for chronic conditions. We may need to do a better job as SHA to educate the public, but every year, every SHA paid up member, back to you. Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I leave the ones who spoke yesterday. 10.
Go on and reach 15.
Okay. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Okay.
Members, I think that's the fairest.
Everybody have your number. Osoro, start.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to silence honorable members.
I will still give everybody a chance, so just be patient, hold your horses. When we go this side, I know that the majority of us are sitting in the middle. I'll come back here again.
Thank you for you to be registered. That disadvantages other people that have got the other
networks. And Honorable Speaker, there is this issue to put it. You, Honorable Waziri, that some of the claims or some of the issues that have been raised through your office, there's an alpha squad within also the ministry that decides that, today, working in cohort with some of the county governments, today we are going to close this hospital, especially these private investors, to the detriment of the private investors, and give the advantage to the county hospital. And they bring reports out ARICOs for review. That needs to be checked.
Number 2, Sabina.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, and I want again to join my colleagues. You are doing a great job. I've been there. And because she has mentioned clearly that you can only be admitted in a mental health facility. The one we have, I am not so sure how Mathare facility. The one we have, I am not so sure how Mathare is now. From the last time I checked, what is the plan to work with the county? And finally, Dr. Nikal mentioned about the package and the cost. And on this one, Honorable CS, allow me to speak about the KU Referral Hospital. We worked very hard to make sure that that hospital came into being. This hospital receives the exchequer money, but the cost of care, a lot of people who go to KU facility, even if somebody transitions, there's a problem. The cost of care is very high. What plans do you have to make sure that this is a national facility and patients who go there are also able to perform? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Naomi Wako.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the Waziri and his entire team. My question is on cancer patients. We know very well that currently 44,000 Kenyans are reported on a yearly basis and about 29,000 deaths. And most of these people come from northern part of Kenya. I know you have already reported to us the consideration you have put in place under SHA, but I feel there is need for us to invest in research so that we can know the cause of this. I know we have been speaking about this for years, but there is need for this government, our government, to invest in research so that we can know the cause of cancer, especially in northern part of Kenya. And when it comes to SHA recruitment, Waziri, what measures have you put in place in terms of recruitment and employment for the marginalized communities? Thank you.
Murugara. Yeah? Who is number 4? Emas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want to congratulate the Minister and his team. Honorable Duale, you're doing a wonderful job in this ministry. However, Honorable Speaker, there are a number of hospitals that are in deplorable state. Congestion, limited bed space. In some hospitals, you find patients sharing beds, some sleeping in the floor. If you visit our Busia District Hospital, that will be the scenario that you'll be confronted with. On the other hand, we have hospitals, new, beautiful, wonderful infrastructure. They have been equipped. I witnessed one Amkura hospital in one of my sub-counties, that's Central. But it's not operational. And excuses are given, there are no staff, or, you know, and we have to, in your cooperation and coordination with the county governments on how to improve these facilities, and also on how to ensure that they are complying, to ensure that universal health care is progressive, is successful, and that Kenyans have access to health in every corner of the country.
Number
Thank
5.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, mine is a comment or an observation, first and foremost, to thank the CS because he has done with his team a wonderful job. Constant communication, constant visits by the CS, by the PS, Mary Muthoni, the CEO, Mwangangi, Mr. Moth. We have been able to show exactly what SHA is and what it can do. Today, when I receive a telephone call from a constituent saying I'm admitted in a hospital somewhere, whether Komarok or whatever it's called, the first question we ask is this: are you registered with the SHA? And the response in 90% is yes. Then you are relieved. You ask, what is the problem? After that, you're told, possibly I need fare to go home, or I need 2,000 shillings to buy extra medicine, which was not covered. And this is a demonstration that SHA actually works. However, I don't know how you're going to crack the whip on county governments, because the problem they have is they cannot give any explanation why they do not sign for the facilities you're offering, they do not sign for medicines, and as a result of which the hospitals down there are not able to give the services they are required to give. Otherwise, the work you have done, the communication has been excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Papa. CS Education, not education, CS Health. I want to appreciate you for the good work that you're doing and your team, because for once, pressure on members for fundraisers for medical have gone down. So I want to really appreciate you. And I told you when we met in Parliament that that was a good appointment. So we wish you well. My question comes on the National Cochlear Implant Program. And I wanted to know when you're going to reach out to the learners at Nyangueso School for the hearing, learners with hearing impairment, and how can they be helped? Most of these learners are vulnerable. Their parents abandoned them there, so I don't know who can pay for them SHA so that they are able to be helped. But if you could give me a date, we go with you and assess that particular school so that they are helped, their learners that belong to this country. I thank you, Papa.
Thank you. 7.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. CS, you've got enough compliments today for the good work that you're doing. I wish the media this is live, is live. I wish the media would actually look at the gains and what we've achieved in terms of health moving from NHIF to SHA, so that we can always, celebrate the gains that we have in our country instead of always putting our country down. When Mercy was speaking, she's talked about diabetes, the screening, that many people are not coming up and taking advantage of the screening. For me, I think we should use social media aggressively to make people aware that the screening is happening. It's a failure if people are not aware of the screening. And then when it comes to the post-screening, you need diabetic medication. People need to know what's available and where it's available. And what if counties are not stocking it? Glaucoma. It is such a shame in this day and age for somebody to go blind because they're not been screened for glaucoma, and then they don't have the medication. The medication is 3,500 300 shillings. But if we got generics, it would be even cheaper. So what are the programs on glaucoma? What are the medications on diabetes? And while we're here, there is a meeting going on right now with pediatricians, the Kenya Medical Association, the John Hopkins University, and the Health Reach. They're actually in the main building. They have a program called SASA, which is Smart Advocacy for Strategic Action, and their main concern is newborn care. We care for the mother, but if the baby is preterm, we don't have enough. We don't have pediatricians in all the hospitals. We don't have oxygens. The package, the SHA package for newborns that are born preterm should go beyond the mother's discharge, because the baby remains in the hospital, and then also post-discharge, because I think we have a failure there that will help us save a lot of children. So counties that were flagged, because I attended their meeting yesterday, was Siaya, Vihiga, Tana River, Kirinyaga, and Baringo. They don't have neonatal clinics, facilities for newborn. Thank you.
Number 8.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To Waziri Health, I just want to know how you intend to ensure seamless services to patients requiring critical blood transfusion and services, especially plate donations and transfusions. And what other plans do you have? Do you have plans to procure another machine to supplement the existing one at the Kenyatta National Hospital? And how do you intend to upscale the blood transfusion services? As for SHA, I don't want to be the one to say any negative, but right now, I have a patient now in Kenyatta Hospital that has been told the machine, the SHA is not working, you have to pay cash. Please confirm. Thank you.
Share the details with them. Pierre Paulo.
Thank you for this opportunity, and CS, thank you for the very good presentation. I'm Paul Biego, Chesumei constituency, Member of Parliament. And the question goes to the CS that the recent challenges in, given the recent challenges in healthcare infrastructure and staffing, what specific strategies does the ministry plan to implement to improve at least access to quality healthcare services in rural areas? And what is the timeline? And as my colleague has said also here, what should people do when they are told SHA is not working? And sometimes it is a matter of emergency, and you go to a hospital and they say the systems are down. So at that particular point in time, what is one...
You are rigging in 3 questions. That's enough.
Thank you.
Next.
Thank you.
Oundo.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I don't need introduction to the CS because we suffered with him many years somewhere. I just want to seek your indulgence, Speaker. I have a very interesting case, and I'm sure if Honorable Anjala would have been here, would have joined me in the same case. For some strange reason, we have so many ladies who cross over from Uganda, come and get married to Kenya. And for
why do you call it strange? It's very normal.
No, that's why I want to the strange part of it. That's why I want to go to the strange. The strange part of it will come at the tail end, so that I don't want
in my village, every other home.
I don't want it to be carried
Uganda.
away for the reasons why they cross. I want to pass over the message very clear. They do not have national IDs of Kenya. They can't get national IDs because they have not migrated officially. But they are married in Kenya, that they are 3rd, 4th, or 6th pregnancies. Yet when they go to health facilities for maternity, they are not covered. In the previous regime, we used to fall under Linda Mama, where they would use the ID numbers of their mothers-in-law to get such facilities. I wonder, what does the current system, what can it do to ensure that we cover kind of scenarios.
You are the member of parliament. ID unconditionally is to Kenyans, and a Ugandan married to a Kenyan man is a Kenyan.
Speaker,
because
I want
Duale says he will do something, we'll still go to those ID people.
I know, but remember the waiting period for an ID being a border town, for whatever way, let's stop the rhetoric that we normally do it at national level here. It's about 6 to 7 months. That's the standard waiting period. So, General Honorable Speaker, in the interim, what can we do to salvage and save us from the burden that we have to continuously carry? We might rely on national policies, try to subjugate the matter, but we have a real problem, which if you do not want to listen, so that we can put our heads together, then we are simply saying that this is an exercise in futility. Finally, I don't want to go into that.
You've done your bit.
Yeah, I just want to pass over a message which I've received now. And I want to pick up, I think the lady here, the lady Joyce of Kamena has said, I'm told here, they have been asked to pay 100,000. They bill for surgery, I don't know what type of surgery it is, 100,000. They have been told because their cover is not comprehensive. The SHA cover is not comprehensive. It can only pay 35. So we have to join a WhatsApp group and raise another 65,000. So we need to understand, is there comprehensive SHA, or SHA was equal and common to everyone? See, those kind of things that we need to balance. Thank you.
I still want to help you, Undo. Bungoma and Busia are contiguous districts in the old days, were border counties like Mandera, like Garissa, like Wajir. I have checked. Today, the waiting period for an ID in Bungoma, women from Uganda married in Kenya and Kenyans, is exactly a month. So it's not 6 months.
Speaker, I can give you documentary evidence on Monday.
I will come and help you.
You see, Speaker, I cannot stand here. Make allegations that I cannot substantiate. Period.
Next. Number 11.
It's me. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate Honorable Duale that indeed he has done a good job together with the DG and the CEO for SHA. My question to you, Honorable Duale, the CS. You mentioned the issue of data protection with respect to G2G between Kenya and America. But mine, I want to come down to the payment. You did explain that the system can narrow down, go as low as understanding, especially the issue of a patient who has gone to theater, to get the theater notes to help you not to pay those corrupt doctors. So my question to you is, how is SHA protecting patient confidentiality, given that really understanding on how a patient has been undertaken before he's paid? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Number 12.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we as members of parliament employ constituency staff. The 290 constituencies.
Mulyungi.
Yes, Gideon Mulyungi. Mwingi Central. Now, these members of staff for our constituency offices contribute 26 million shillings to SHA. They also contribute other statutory taxes, equally like every other civil servant. However, Mr. Speaker, not get the same services as civil servants. When they go to hospitals, they are asked to pay for extra services like X-ray and ENT, which they are asked to pay in cash. So, Mr. Speaker, what is the minister doing about this? And Minister Waziri, you pass through my constituency every day when you are going to Garissa. God forbid, if you have a problem along the road, the nearest hospital you can land to is Mwingi General Level 4 Hospital. You walk there, the hospital is pathetic, no medicine, no nothing, and it is very corrupt. Even River Road to Kenyatta Hospital, you'll be asked for fuel for the ambulance. Post-mortem, you'll be asked to pay cash, 30,000 shillings. Can you look into that? Thank you very much.
Next, 13.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also congratulate Waziri for good presentation. Mr. Speaker, I speak on behalf of other counties like yours, the ones who are within the border. But particularly allow me to mention Kajiado South, our border called Tarakea. On surveillance measures that Waziri has put on place, but I would like to request Waziri, because of the cross-border diseases like tuberculosis, why don't you kindly uplift or upgrade level 4 within the border to be level 5, so that if we have treatment from we are getting services from the county, but also national government is giving something. Because at the end of the day, we are getting a lot of challenges with our people within the border. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. 14.
Yeah.
Malenge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Waziri, I join the rest of the members in congratulating you on the presentation. The money corner or the envelope, you have 130 billion in contributions, 93.4 billion in payouts, 36.6 billion difference. Yet we have complaints from two angles. One, patients who go to hospitals get a prescription for lab tests, either under primary health care facilities or the referral facilities, yet they are being sent outside in the private practice, in the private providers, and they are, a claim has been lodged in the system. Medicines, X-rays, and lab services. Three critical areas in terms of completeness of care. How do we seal? How do we stop that? Do we seal that gap? The Council of Governors, in a presentation during the UDA Governing Council, Embu Governor, Her Excellency Cecil Barire, said that the remittances by SHA to county facilities is at 60%. Your presentation here has told us overall 73%, a 13% point difference. Where is the truth?
15.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Martin.
Yes, Martin Owino. CS, kudos for your leadership and your team. We believe if you sustain your foot on the gas pedal, we'll get healthcare right. The Speaker, I have an observation. Last year, as a health committee led by Dr. Nyikal, we went for fact-finding in the field. To single out one facility called Nyandiwa. We were so happy with Nyandiwa because the claim office was capacitated. And in fact, their claim rate was over 95%, meaning SHA was efficiently reimbursing the facility. 84 million by then. Then we asked, where is the money? And they said when SHA reimbursed them, the money goes to their facility and bounce back to county special account. And what does the county does with that money? County releases 80% back and deducts 20%. Then later on, our chair, Dr. Nyikal, is there. He asked the county government, can you then